Alohu. Ashidana and the Monel Botanu. I'm going to be his Kawabiako. Talk about those which make up about those who make on my head. When Shaman Benet tried, thou shalt not thyself, thou shalt not let go of time in Olam. Beni Benet travel to Golan. He should shake your Masada Shadira Shamai. When the artist was my own much lead Shabbat or Yanafash. Balu Shemeka, Balu Bineka, Balu Kurateka, Balu Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Look no Lam Mahe. Balu Shakabo Makuto no Lam Mahe. Balu Kabo Lohimi, Kumon, Lake and Yom. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriots, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. May we see it. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Elisha, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
There's a way that God prescribed. There is a way that God has prescribed for man to live. I said there's a way for God, there's a way that God has prescribed for man to live. Okay? Which means the way that God prescribed for man to live is according to the standards that God has set. It's according to the principles that God has set. These are not my standards and my principles. So when we get angry at the word of God, you get angry at God.
That's right.
When you begin to feel away because of the commandments of God, you got to take your problem up to God. You got to take your problem up with God. And because the people don't agree with these laws, then that's what caused them to venture off and to find a religion that suits or suitable to their mindset. That's what caused people to link and turn towards religion that is suitable for their mindset. Religion is man-made. You hear me? I said religion is man-made. Like my father taught me. I said like my father taught me. Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word. Regalato. Right? Which means to hold each man back from the truth. We don't live by religion. Okay? I said we don't live by religion. We live by a way or a manner that God has prescribed for man to live. You hear me? We live by principles and standards that God has prescribed for man to live. So therefore, in order to gain the attention of God, we have to be living a certain way. In order to gain the attention and the protection of God, we got to be living a certain way. In order to gain his mercy and his compassion and his love, we got to be living a certain way so that God don't turn away from us. Because what caused God to turn away from us? Iniquity, sin, because we do things that God hates. I said we do things that God hates and despises. So if you continue to do things that God hates, then he's going to begin to hate you. He's going to despise you. And once God starts despising you, now there's a distance. There's a wedge. There's a distance between you and God. The connection is gone. I said the connection between you and God is gone. You know why it's gone? This is something that bothered our forefathers. But the thing with these people, they were able to perceive when the connection between them and God is not there. They was able to perceive these things, man. We're able to perceive it too. Yeah, we'll be able to see when certain things transpire in your life and when certain things happen at an instant, you can say, wow, God hasn't waited a month or 6 months later to chastise me. There was a reaction that happened right away. See, anytime God takes his time to chastise you, that's not a good thing. You want that when something is done or when you have done something that is against God, that God come check you immediately. Now you close. Now you're picking up and you're drawing closer and closer to God because he's not taking his time to correct you. He's not allowing you to get let off to the wayside. He's not allowing you to continue walking in profanity, in profaneness, in iniquity. So he correct you quick to get you back in line. I say he correct you quick to get you back in line. Yeah. So you don't ruin yourself by committing sins and iniquity. Sin, iniquity is something that can't be seen. We can't see iniquity. Iniquity does not damage the physical. Okay? These things called iniquity or sin, it affects your spirit. It corrupts your spirit. And when your spirit becomes corrupt, when your spirit becomes marred, when your spirit becomes blemished, it's because of iniquity. It's because of you violating the commandments, because of you violating the statutes and the commandments and the laws and his ways that God has prescribed for man to live. There's a way we need to walk. I said there's a certain way that we need to walk. There's a certain way that we need to walk. And it's all through the book. Let's go into the law. Let's go into Exodus chapter 16. We're going to go into Exodus chapter 16 and chapter 18 today. All right? You got it? Let's read.
Exodus chapter 16.
And
they took their journey from Elim and all the
Exodus chapter 16. Now, they are in Elim. Elim means palms. It's a second encampment of the Israelites after the Exodus. After the Exodus, the wilderness of sin was westward of Mount Sinai. So during this particular time, we are in the wilderness. We just leaving out of Egypt. Heavy demonstration was made. God made a heavy statement. I said, God made a heavy statement. Why do you think the Creator hardened Pharaoh's heart? We ever asked ourselves, why did God harden Pharaoh's heart against doing the thing that was right? Against doing the things that was good? God hardened your heart. And he hardened your heart. Why? Because however Pharaoh was dealing and how Pharaoh was, the punishment, it was already, it was called to his hand. It had to happen. And by you doing that which is lawful and right or doing good, you're going to hinder that punishment that I had for you because of what you did before. So God hardened his heart so he could show him his glory. God hardened his heart so he can correct him and chastise him. God hardened his heart so he can correct him and reprove him. So he can break his spirit. Pharaoh was a proud man. Very proud. And you can tell these are qualities of an evil, wicked person. Right. That thing called pride. Moses had no pride in him. And you can learn the ways of a man with humility by reading about Moses. God told him, he said, listen, you, Moses, I want you to go before Pharaoh. Huh? If this man was full of pride, he wouldn't have said what he said. He said, who am I to go before Pharaoh? He said, I ain't nobody. He didn't stick his chest out, push his chest out because of what he did. He didn't stick his chest out. And Moses, ain't nobody doing more than Moses. I said, ain't nobody doing more than Moses. Ain't nobody doing more than Ezra. Ain't nobody doing more than King David. Ain't nobody, these are top men that humble themselves before God, but never push their chest out and put their head above the pedestal, which means humility is the way.
Right.
Humility is the way of serving God. Those are the qualities and traits that will draw your attention to God for righteousness. Now I can open your eyes to certain things because you're not going to push your chest up, son. We hold ourselves back from learning from God because if I open your eyes to it, all you're going to do is become worse. You're going to learn things that is beneficial for you, but you end up being worse. Why? Because you hinder your learning process by pride. So God holds certain things back from you because all you're going to do is push your chest out. Now you're going to start looking down on people. Now you're going to start thinking that you're better than this one and better than that one. God told the king to read the law. He said, make sure you read this law every day so that you don't exalt yourself, so that your heart don't get lifted up above your brethren. Huh? Those words came directly out the mouth of God, man. Directly out the mouth of God. Directly. And that's why these laws and commandments and statutes that we read in the first 5 has so much effect on your spirit. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. You will learn to fear God by reading this book every day. In time. It don't happen automatically. It don't happen right away. But by reading these laws, commandments, and statutes and putting it into an effect, it will cause some changes in your life. It will cause some changes in your life, and your ways will begin to become cleaner with God. Your ways will become to get compatible and similar to the ways of God. Then you will begin to acquire the thinking pattern of God. Then you will begin to acquire the ways of God. All these things you can acquire by reading these laws, commandments, and statutes. There's a way to serve God, man. There's a way that God, look, man, there's a way to gain his attention. There's a way to gain his attention. We just keep straying away from it. We just keep going off. We just keep doing our own wanting ways. And when we do our own wanting ways, God leads you astray to the lust of your own heart. He gives you what you really want, which is sin, iniquity, deceit, guile. All these things God give you because this is what you're emanating and showing. This is what you're emanating and showing. Let's read it.
Exodus chapter 16. They took their journey from Elim.
And
all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai.
Okay.
On the 15th day of the second month. After their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses.
The whole congregation murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. They said the whole congregation. You know how many people left Egypt? Millions of people. I said millions of people. So now we have millions of people that's murmuring and complaining to Moses and Aaron when they had no reason to complain after seeing the demonstration of God. After seeing God demonstrate and show his powers and his glory to Pharaoh. Because at that point in time, Pharaoh couldn't be defeated. That's what he thought. He was on top of the game. The first world power was Egypt. That was the first world power. So now, after seeing the power of God, you have no reason to doubt God. Just by seeing these things, you should have already realized that, wow, if God did this and did all these things in Egypt and delivered us from a place that we thought we wasn't going to ever see deliverance, he could do something lightly as give us some water. He could do, look, but check it. They didn't believe God. They didn't believe God. After everything that they saw and God revealed to them. Listen, you know why God dealt with this nation the way he dealt with them? Because of everything that God did for them. Everything that God did for these people, they still couldn't find it in their heart to believe. To believe. They always doubted God. They always doubted God, man. What is to murmur? What does murmur mean? The word for murmur is nalon. Nun lamet kolam nun. It means to complain. God don't like when you complain. Because when you complain, you're not satisfied with what God is putting you through. You're not satisfied with what's going on in your life. We have to learn to accept everything that God is putting us through and reflect on yourself. Reflect. Reflect means look at yourself. Reflect means take heed to yourself. Right. And then you ask yourself, why or what am I doing that's causing God to put me through this? We got to learn. We got to hurry up and learn before it's too late. I said we got to hurry up and learn before it's too late because the ways of God are being revealed and nobody is putting it to effect. Nobody is putting these ways and these laws into effect. We playing with these things that God is revealing to us. We're not going to live long. We're not going to live long doing this. We're not going to be better doing this. Sooner or later, God will chastise you. He will reprove you. Sometimes the reproof and the chastisement brings death. We know too much to be doing so little, man. We know too much to be doing so little. Never in life do you ever supposed to think that you're doing enough. My father said it's never enough. I said it's never enough. Always feel like you're coming up short with God. Because by you feeling like you're coming up short with God, you're going to push towards the laws and the commandments of God to do the things that is lawful and right. It's never enough, man. Let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 2.
Okay, hold up. That's bad. Now, murmur means to complain, right? Not satisfied. To express dissatisfaction of the action of others. So they started complaining about why Moses brought them out of the land flowing with milk and honey. They called Egypt that. They started complaining. Why you bring us out of Egypt to bring us in this wilderness to kill the cattle, kill our children? We all gonna die here. There's no water here. The wilderness look like Night of the Living Dead. The trees, if there was any trees, because there wasn't no trees. Everything looked dead. It's a desert land. The ground is so hard. You need a bulldozer. You need construction tools to dig it, a jackhammer to hit that. That's how hard that dirt was. Because that was a spot that didn't rain. That was a rough terrain. That was a spot that people dreaded to go. You want to get away from the enemy? Run in the wilderness of sin. He's going to stop. He's dead anyway. Because that place inhabits nothing but cold-blooded creatures that what? Feed on themselves. Look, man, you want to go into a spot where an animal or a creature, he gets hungry and he ain't got nothing to eat. Next thing, he starts feeding on himself. Now I'm out of here. Feed on himself. That's a hostile environment. But we survive that environment only by the mercy and the compassion and the love of God. Why? Because God put us through this. I said, God put us through this to acknowledge our ways. Yeah. God put you through things and cause certain things to happen to acknowledge your ways. Right. And if we don't acknowledge our ways, the punishment comes 7 times more. The punishment comes 7 times greater. Hearken, O Israel, hearken. Because God is pleading with you. Yeah. I say, yeah, he's pleading with you. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the chastisement is? He wants you to return from your evil ways and stop doing the things that you like to do. Stop giving your spirit the things. Stop appeasing yourself. And put yourself in an uncomfortable state to serve God. If it brings me uncomfortable, I gotta sacrifice myself. Let's read it. Go ahead, finish. You're on verse 2, right? Yeah. Time shoot.
The whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord.
You hear these guys? They said, man, we should have died by the hand of God. While God was chastising the Egyptians and rebuking them, reproving them, he said, man, we should have died there. We had rather die there than you bring us into this cold-blooded place. Go ahead, read.
Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, where we sat by the flesh pots.
At least we had something to eat. You ain't gonna give me nothing to eat. What is wrong with these people? The people chose food over the deliverance of God. They still didn't see it. And God put the wall over their eyes so that they can't see it. You know why? Because they're going through a proving ground. God is trying them. God is proving them. So in order for God to prove you, he got to blind you. He got to blind you. So I can see what you have in you. So I can see what you have in you. What are you naturally going to turn to? The right or the left? The good or the evil? Righteousness or wickedness? Huh? Righteousness or wickedness? That's the only way God is gonna be able to get some type of validity or some type of truth or some type of to see what you are made of, what you're about, by the choices that you make concerning God. By the choices that you make concerning God, man. We got to learn to put God first. We got a problem and we keep putting ourselves before God. Yeah. We keep putting ourselves before God in so many different ways. And if we put God first, a lot of things won't happen. I said a lot of things won't happen in your life. But we call these things to ourselves. And then our mental, we get detoured. We get detoured and distracted from the real truth, from the real reason of why this happened, of why this transpired. Why am I going through this? Can't pinpoint it. Let's read it.
And when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Verse 4. Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven to you.
He said, behold. He said, I will rain bread from heaven. From what? Read that again.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you.
How much do you believe God? Okay. I said, how much do you believe God? Okay. Because if you believe God 100%, you will believe that we got a God that would, he rained bread from heaven, man. Where was this bread baked at? Okay. Where was this bread prepared from? Okay. Huh?
Nobody's kitchen.
Nobody's kitchen. You can't describe that in a scientific order or form. That is the power of God. That is the power of God, man. The power of God, man. Where he's able to give you bread. Where he's able to strike the section of a mountain and give you water. Huh? That's the power of God, man. That's the God we serve, man. If we remain clean in his eyes. I said, if we remain clean in his eyes. Huh? If we remain clean in God's eyes. Not clean from dirt. Huh? But clean from iniquity. Clean from presumptuous iniquity. He said, if I didn't dash my foot upon the stones, he said, this would, I forgot, what was that, the Psalms? He said, man, I wouldn't have went through that. That wouldn't have happened. Huh? If I didn't dip and dip, if I didn't dip off, if I didn't sway away, if I didn't get detrapped from the ways and the customs of my God, we must stay on point, man. We got to stay on point with ourselves. The woman must stay on point with themselves. Men and women, stay on point. Be on guard. Take heed to yourself that you don't go off from the commandments and the laws of God. Don't add on. Don't take away. And live your life righteously according to what God says. That's the only thing that we can say that is righteous and good. According to what God said is righteous and good. That's the only thing that count, man. That's the only thing that count right now. Let's read it.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them.
I will rain bread for you. And the people shall go out and gather a certain number, that I may prove. That I may what?
Prove them.
Prove them.
Whether they will walk in my law or no.
So now God gonna try you. So now God gonna test you. Now God is gonna prove you with the same bread that he's giving you. There you go. Huh? We gotta realize and understand something, man. The things God seek out your weakness. Yeah. And he proves you and tests you according to your weakness. Yeah. Our weakness, the man in the wilderness, their weakness was their stomach. Okay. And God proved them with their stomach. Yeah. He said, okay, I'm going to prove you right now. Yeah. Now, the word for prove is nasa. Nasa means what? To prove, to test, or to try. When we read the laws and the commandments of God, it's best that you read it in English and transfer. That's the word I'm looking for. and transfer to the Hebrew. Because when you transfer to the Hebrew about what a word means, then you get a clearer meaning of what God is trying to tell you, of what God is trying to reveal to you, of what God is trying to show you. Okay? So the word nasa means prove, test, or try. To prove means what? To establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. What is the demonstration? God already proved them in Egypt. What was the demonstration? The demonstration was God rained down bread. The demonstration was that he challenged all the gods of Egypt. All those plagues, 10 plagues. Okay? So the validity is what? Being based on truth or reason. Validity means being based on truth or reason, or of a person being able to be accepted. This is how God proves you to see if he's able to accept you, if he's able to choose you, if he's able to call you the saint of the Lord, the pious ones, the godly ones, the righteous ones. But before God look at you as pious and righteous, before God choose you, he got to prove you. He got to test you. He got to prove you and test you. God just don't take you and accept you like that.
Right.
I said, God just don't take you and accept you like that. Huh? He want to see what you made of. He want to see what you have inside of you. Huh? So God tries you and tests you according to your weaknesses to see if you're going to choose this or that. Can you get up with this? Or can you get with that? But did our soul? Well, let's name it. Black sheep. Can you get with this or can you get with that? God's going to try you, man. Huh? According to the decisions that you make.
That's right.
Brother say you got to go through the fire before you get to the water. You're going to get burnt. You're going to get burnt first. God going to try you first, man. Huh?
Yeah.
What they say they do with gold and metal, they try it in the fire first to see how pure it is, to test the validity of that gold, to test the validity of that metal. When you pass that fire test, you said, he been proven. Now this dude been proven because I put him through it already. I said, Job been proven because God put him through already. Moses, Aaron, all these righteous and pious men been proven because God put them through it already. You think you think it's any difference now? This ain't no game. It ain't no difference now, man. I want to be chosen by God. I want God to choose me. I want God to look at me and say, I'm his saint. I want God to look at me and say, I'm his pious one.
Yeah.
Abraham ain't know he was God's friend. Abraham ain't know that God looked at him as his friend. No, Abraham ain't know that. I want God to exalt me according to my deeds, my righteous deeds, the things that I have done that God said is righteous. That God said is righteous. Not according to my own deeds or what I say is righteous. Not by our own mind. I said not by my own mind, because that's what people tend to do now. People go according to what they feel and what they think is right, but it ain't right and good in the eyes of God. We have to be right and good in the eyes of God. And if we're not right and good in the eyes of God, then you ain't right at all. You ain't right at all, man. You're evil. Because there's only two ways. Evil and good. Holy and profane.
Okay.
We can't be holy. Who said you can't be holy?
Right.
Who said you can't be holy? God said you can be holy. He
He
said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Another part said, thou shalt be holy man unto me.
Set apart.
Huh? And holy means to be set apart, set aside, separate yourself.
Perfection.
Perfection, wholeness, complete.
Transcendence. Spiritually pure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Let's read it. Oh no, hold up. To prove validity means being based on truth or reason, or of a person being able to be accepted. So God gonna prove you before He accepts you.
Yeah.
I said God gonna prove you before He accepts you.
Yeah.
God do not accept and agree and love the world.
No.
Why? Because the world is not following after the standards and the curriculum of God. It's only one God.
That's right.
It's only one God.
One.
It ain't two.
God.
It ain't three. It ain't four. It ain't five. It ain't six. It ain't seven. But you have 7, 8, 9, 10 different religions in ways that people say that there's only one way to serve God. There's only one God.
Right.
Okay? Now, to establish the truth. How do we establish the truth? Establishing the truth is when you prove what's correct or free from doubts. Huh? To establish the truth, I gotta prove what is correct.
Right.
Who is right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
That's right.
If I didn't prove who's correct or who's right, then you didn't establish the truth.
That's right.
You can't be a judge. I gotta be able to establish who was right and who was wrong.
That's right.
And when I find out these things, I gotta side with what God said,
Yeah.
who is right.
Right.
Okay? Friends, families,
That's right.
cousins, sisters,
Right.
brothers,
That's right.
none of that count when we're
right.
dealing with the laws and the commandments of God, people. I said none of that counts when we're dealing with with God. None of that counts, man. Huh? God proves you and tests you by faith. I said the Creator, God proves you, all right? God proves you and tests you by your faith, obedience, and virtue. These are 3 heavy characteristics.
Right.
I said these are real heavy characteristics.
Right.
Okay? I said God proves you and tests you by faith, obedience, and virtue. Okay? We're in Exodus chapter 16, verse 5. Verse 5? Verse 4. Yeah, verse 4. Exodus 16, verse 4. Okay? Let me repeat it again. I said, God proves you and tests you by your faith, obedience, and virtue. How much faith do you got in God?
Right.
How much obedience do you have in God? And how much virtue, not that you have in God, virtue is what you have in you that will cause you to continue walking right with God. Your virtue is what you have in you that will cause you and move you to obey. Your virtue is is the amount of virtue that you have in you that will keep you in a righteous and holy way. Okay? The Creator tests your faith. Now we're going to learn how God tests your faith. Okay? God tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances. I said, God tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
I want to see what you're going to choose. Because when God is putting you through difficult circumstances, guess what's happening now? Guess what's happening after God is putting you through difficult circumstances? So many ideas, opinions, and thoughts is running through your mind. And these ideas, thoughts, and opinions that's running through your mind, it don't gotta be right.
Right.
And because of these ideas, opinions, and thoughts that's running through your mind, these things are turning you against yourself to pull you away from serving God. It's pulling you away from serving God. Then you begin to separate from the person that showed you who God is. Man, you playing games, man. You keep playing. Keep playing, man. Keep playing, man. Keep playing. I said the Creator tests your faith by putting you through difficult situations that challenges your faith in God, in which most of us fail. Most of us fail, because the adversary has painted a beautiful mirage, a beautiful scenery to move you against yourself.
Yeah.
I said to move you against yourself.
Yeah.
How do you move against yourself? How do you hurt you hurting your own self? By detouring and turning against the one that gave you life, which is God. I showed you life. I showed you how to redeem yourself. I showed you how to save yourself, but we keep doing the acts and the works of death. We keep doing the opposite. We keep doing the acts and the works that brings death, which is iniquity. Learn what is iniquity and learn to stay away from these things, because we're killing ourselves. This thing called iniquity blemishes your spirit. This thing called iniquity, you can't see it. You know why? Because iniquity is spiritual. God sees it. I said God sees it. And because we do the things that God hates, he separates himself from us. Iniquity blemishes our spirit. I say iniquity leaves the breach, leaves an opening in your spirit for evil and atrocious thoughts to come here. Because before you steal, it comes here. Before you steal, it comes here. Now, because it comes to my mind, I don't have to go through with it. I don't got to go through with it. Oh, it came to my mind, but I ruled my spirit. I took heed to myself and ruled my spirit. Backed up from me. This is an ugly thing. This is an ugly thing that came to my mind. Now I got to check myself. Why is these thoughts coming to my mind? Why are these atrocious thoughts coming to my mind? Why are these thoughts coming to my mind? These atrocious and evil thoughts that's against what God says. Huh? You gotta move on it. You're taking too long. We're procrastinating. We're taking our time. We're hesitant. Like we got all the time in the world. We don't got no time. I said we don't have no time. Okay? The Creator tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances that challenges your faith in God, in which most of us fail. Okay? Okay? And return back to their past. Woo! Woo! So when we fail the test of God, when we fail the proving of God, we always tend to revert back to your past. That's truth. Yeah. And that's all I've been seeing. It's people being proved and tested and tried. And when they fail the testings and the provings of God, they don't stand in righteousness. They dwindle off and go back to what they know best, which is idolatry, which is heathenism. Like a dog returning back to its vomit. These trials God put us through can help us grow, can strengthen us in our faith, and develop perseverance through temptations. Wait a minute. Are we hearing this, man?
Oh, yeah.
I said these trials God put us through, the tests, the proving grounds, the trials and the things that God put us through, can either help us, which means the things that God put you through, it can straighten you, it can do you good, and it can do you evil. It can straighten you and it can weaken you according to your choices, according to what you choose and what you put first in your life. Okay? What can help us grow in our faith, which means you will begin to grow. You will begin to increase. You will begin to be exalted. God will exalt you. When we pass these tests and trials and tribulations that God will put you through. That's why the Creator, this is why my brother always revert back to Cain and Abel. This is why you revert back to Cain and Abel, because these are our forefathers. And God told him, if you don't improve, then he said, if you take heed, he said, if you do good, if you improve, I will exalt you. Nobody knows what Cain did because it wasn't revealed and speculating and telling me, oh, Cain did this, or Cain did the other. It wasn't revealed. But it was something that God didn't like.
Nope.
We know that. Okay? What Cain did and what caused God, that's not important. Not important what Cain did.
Right.
You know what's the end results and what's the importance in that? When we come up short with God, we must improve in righteousness. We must do good in righteousness.
Yep.
When we have done something in error, when we have done something, not in error, wrong word. When we have done something presumptuously, which means knowing that it is evil and I still go through with it, my job is to do good, correct my faults and where I came up short at. And when we come up short, I have to put forth, I got to show God that I'm sorry. By doing something righteousness, by doing some type of righteousness or good to replace that which you have done, which was evil. Just don't say I'm sorry. Well, most I'm sorry, I apologize, I violated your law. Now I will sacrifice myself for your laws to prove to you and show you that I'm sorry for what I did. And I ain't never going back. Never going back. So it said to put us through can help us grow in our faith and develop perseverance through temptation. Wait a minute. We develop perseverance through the temptations of God. When God tempts you to see your choices and we choose the right thing, you begin to develop perseverance. Okay? I say you begin to develop perseverance. Do we know what perseverance is? Perseverance means continued efforts to do or achieve something despite difficulties, despite your failures, despite the opposition. Man. Wait a minute. So perseverance would only be developed through the temptations and the provings of God. God is getting you ready. That's why He's always proving you and trying you, proving you and trying you so you can develop perseverance. So perseverance is continued efforts, which means we must put forth the effort. God got to see you putting forth that effort to do or achieve something, to achieve righteousness despite the difficulties. Difficulties come up to where it gets in the way of you accomplishing laws and commandments and statutes. Guess what? I will persevere. I will go through those difficulties just to accomplish the laws of God. Failure. When I fail and keep failing and keep failing, I keep pushing and pushing. God, I ain't going to stop. I ain't going to stop till I get it right. I'm going to keep failing and keep failing till you show me, till thou show me the right and correct way. That's when you do things and it ain't right. You do things thinking you wash a chair, thinking that it's clean. But God allows you to do these things to prove yourself.
Yeah.
Can you continue to do these laws doing it wrong? Because in order to get it right, I got to do it wrong first. I got to do it wrong first by constantly enduring them. God is proving you. Okay? Or opposition. You think you ain't got no ops when you turn to God? I said, you think you ain't got no ops when you turn to God? Come on, man. When the Creator tests our obedience, I said, when God tests your obedience, is to see if we can live up to God's intended purpose for humanity. Huh? If we're able to live up to God's intended purpose. What is God's intended purpose? Fear God and keep his commandments. So that's the whole duty of man. Keeping his laws, fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's God's intended purpose for the world to live. For the whole world. Because it's no more just Israel. Get that out of your head. It's no more just Israel. When it was just Israel, we messed that up. We screwed that up. Now God said, the Creator said, I am a God. For what? For all people. He said, my people shall hear my voice. He didn't say Israel shall hear my voice. He said, my people shall hear my voice. Which means if you hearken to God, you're God's people. You could be purple. You hearken to God, you're God's people. You could be pink. You hearken to God, you're God's people. You could be yellow. You're hearken to God, you're God's people. He said a stranger will not follow. You could be black as tar. And you ain't going against the Creator, you the stranger. Stop looking at people and telling people about they strange. They're a stranger. They're a stranger. You more stranger than this one.
Right.
Because this guy, the guy that you're calling a stranger, is doing more than you.
Right. Right.
It's doing more and fulfilling more than you. That's what counts, man.
Performance of the law.
Come on, man. Now, to test, when God tests us, before God, look, it equals observation. Observation means he's watching you. Right? Observation means what? Able to conform to God's law. When God is observing you, the person has done something that caused God to turn his attention towards you. What did you do that caused the observance of God? I said, what did you do that caused God's attention to turn towards you? Because we are doing something that haven't been done in years. We are reenacting. We are reenacting ways and culture that's been forgotten about for centuries. For years. Okay? Evaluate. When you get evaluated by God, it means to determine the value or worth of a person to reveal to them who God is. Listen, don't take this lightly, that it's a privilege that we have been informed or we have learned who God is. Because God, it's an honor. Because God saw some type of worth in you. I said, God saw some type of worth in you to reveal himself to you. God saw some type of worth in you to get you out of these idols, get you away from these idols and abominable ways. So he revealed himself to you, to show you and reveal to you who the true and living God is. Now, we have to build on that. Now we got to build that. Now, what are you going to do with this information? Are you going to remain dormant? Huh? Because you can lose it also, and you'll end up right back from where you came from.
Right.
Worse.
Yeah.
Okay? To test. When God tests you, it means test of faith. Test of faith, test of patience, or stamina by putting you through suffering or temptation. God will cause you to suffer to test, to see how much patience you got. Huh? God will cause you to suffer to see if you have any stamina. God will put you through suffering to test your faith in God. Are you going to fold? Huh? When God puts you through certain circumstances, are you going to fold? Huh? An ordeal is a long-lasting event. Sometimes you don't come out of the ordeal. Sometimes you lose your life in that ordeal, in that event. Huh? Something difficult or painful you go through to test your conformity. God put you through certain things to test your conformity, right? To the belief of God, but under God's control. Isn't that what he did to Job? Put him through it. But when God put Job through the situation, certain situations and circumstances, he didn't allow the adversary to take his life. Okay? He didn't allow the adversary to take his life. Okay? To try means to subject a person to undue strain. To try means to subject a person to excessive hardship or provocation that tests your endurance with God. Okay? Provocation is when someone does something that makes another person very angry, causing them to act without thinking. Huh? Yes, that happens all the time. All the time that happens. Where we at, brother? Let's read.
Verse 4.
Verse
Then
4.
said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my law or no.
Exodus chapter 16, verse 5.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in.
On the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in. The 6th day is what? On Friday. Friday is the 6th day. Saturday is the 7th day. Okay? Okay, time sheet. Now it says, and it shall come to pass on the 6th day, they shall prepare that which they bring in. These are the rules of the Shabbat. A lot of us are not aware of the rules and the regulations to keep this day holy. Okay? Because God got to be with you. God got to open your eyes when you read the book so you can visualize this and see the importance. Look, man. The word for prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to arrange, prepare, and provide. All right? So anything that needs to be prepared should be prepared from the 6th day. Anything that needs to be arranged should be arranged on the 6th day. Anything that needs to be provided should be arranged and done on the 6th day. Okay? So to arrange, the setting up of chairs and tables, setting things up, that's violation of the Sabbath. You ain't gonna see it because you're doing things that causes you to block yourself. Okay? Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Verse 6.
Everything that needs to be prepared should be prepared from the 6th day. Not on the Sabbath day. Because when we arrange and prepare and do all these things, we profane the day. You are making the day common.
Yeah.
When we make the day common, it becomes like the 6th day, the 5th day, the 4th day, the 3rd day, the 2nd day, the 1st day. The Sabbath is different.
That's right.
The 7th day is different.
That's right.
I said God observed this day. Okay? He's deceased. He deceased and stopped from creating on this day. He gave us an example to follow. Huh? First day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. God created the earth and the heavens and everything that was in it. But on the seventh day, God desists from creating and honored the seventh day, and he blessed it. Tom, see?
And it shall come to pass that on the sixth day they shall prepare that which they bring in. And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel at even, then you shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of the Lord.
He said, hey, listen, man, in the morning, I will prove to you that God got you out of Egypt. Okay? And then what?
Then you shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heareth your murmuring.
He said, now after that, he said, you're going to see. You're going to see the glory of God because he heard your murmurings and he heard you complaining. That's all we did was complain and complain and complain. Not reflecting on themselves, asking themselves, well, maybe God is putting me through this because of my shortcomings. Maybe God is putting me, see, they didn't know why God was doing it. God revealed it later. He was proving the people to see their worth or their validity, to see if I can choose these people, if I can feel. The only reason why God chose Israel was because of Abraham. That's the only reason why. And God told Abraham that he was going to deliver his people out of Egypt because we was servants and slaves to the Egyptians for 430 years. And because we cried out to God, he said it was a bitter cry that came out of Egypt. And that bitter cry is what caused God to remember his covenant and agreement with Abraham. Then his eyes turned towards the nation and got the nation and the people out of Egypt. Raised up Aaron, raised up Moses, raised up Miriam, and delivered the people out of this God-forsaken place. Go ahead, read.
And what are we that ye murmur against us? Verse 8. And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat.
It said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat.
And in the morning bread to the full. But that the Lord heareth your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord.
Your murmuring is not against us. So when we complain about the things that God said to me, don't complain to me because these are not my words. These are the words of God.
Right.
You should be afraid to complain about what God said. You should be afraid to be complaining about the things that God has accepted and agreed with. We complain about these things. And guess what? They turn their anger on you. Like you said it. Like you came up with these words. I'm just preaching it. I'm just speaking it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just reiterating it. I'm just repeating it. God set the standards. Tom sheet.
Verse 9. And Moses spake unto Aaron, say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel.
Say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel.
Come near before the Lord.
Come near before the Lord. Come on over here.
For he hath heard your murmurings.
I heard your murmurings. I heard you complaining.
And it came to pass.
And God didn't like it. I say he heard you complaining and God didn't like it. He wasn't satisfied. He didn't like what you heard, what he heard. Well, hurry.
And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud.
He said, come on over here. More demonstrations. I said, there's more demonstrations. Why did God have to keep demonstrating? To prove, to strike some type of belief in these people. Now, God did not cause them to see until a certain time. Why did God cause them not to see until a certain time? Because he wanted from this people what Abraham had, which was what? Blind allegiance, which means I don't have to understand and I don't have to know why. All I got to do is be able to perceive the power of God, and because of the power of God, whatever God wants, I'm doing it. Later on, you will understand. And this is how God deals with us. We're not going to understand everything we read. God wants to see if you're able to follow without understanding. God wants to see if you're able to follow what you're reading. Then later on in time of putting in the work for God, then you will understand later. We don't understand right away. Understanding is not put in us right away. And this is why the Creator did not open their eyes until a certain time in history. Time sheet.
Verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel.
He said, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel.
Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. And you shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp.
At evening, the quails came up. What verse you at?
13.
13. Right? Hold that. Now, it says the glory of God, right? In verse 10, appeared in the cloud. In Exodus 16, verse 10, it states that the glory of God appeared in the cloud. This is why he's called, when Moses was talking to God, God said, he said, I'm going to go in front of these people, but these people going to ask me, what's your name? He said, what's your God's name? He said, what I'm going to tell these people? He said, tell these people, he said, I am that I am has sent me, has sent you. You know what I am that I am means? Hayah means the existing one. You know what the existing one is? The existing one, anything, the existing one never dies. It's eternal. It means I am that I am. It means I will be that which I will be. I will be. I will become that which I will become. That's why the glory of God can be surrounded in a pillar of cloud. That's why God can make himself visible and reveal his back parts to Moses. That's why God can make himself so small and minute to sit in the mercy seat with the two cherubs prostrating themselves towards the mercy seat, because he's God. He said, I'm the God of the spirit of all flesh. I don't just have one form. I got different forms. I can come to you different ways. I can come to you anyhow. I come to you anyhow because I'm God. But God is like that. There's no other God like this. None. Only one. Only one. Listen, man. Listen, man. My God, man. Eli, Eli, my God, my God. Let's read it.
Verse 13.
Hold on. So the glory of God appeared in the cloud. It's the visible manifestation of the divine presence of God during Israel's exodus from Egypt in the wilderness, wandering. Huh? You know what a manifestation is? Huh? You know what the manifestation is? Huh? Let me look that up. The manifestation of his divine look, man. Look, man. The action or the event, action, or object that clearly shows or embodies something, especially a theory or an abstract idea. Huh? Manifestation was when God came down in that cloud and he showed himself But the glory of God is inside that thick cloud that you can't see through.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Those clouds, it's just the dust off God's feet.
Yeah.
That's right.
I said those clouds that we see in the heavens, it's just the dust off of God's feet.
Yeah.
That's what God said.
Because the earth is his footstool.
I said, that's what God said. He said, the earth is my footstool.
Yeah.
He said, the throne, the heavens is my throne. That's the God we serve, man. He's a powerful God. He's a powerful, loving, and deadly God. He's a loving God, merciful and compassionate.
His mercy endure forever.
For his mercy endured forever. And this God that we serve, he multiplies his mercy
Yeah.
and increases mercy so that he can continue to show mercy on humans.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it's for. Because if God didn't multiply his mercy, we'd be all dead. If God didn't multiply and increase his mercy and his compassion, we'd be all dead. We only alive because of the mercy of God.
Yeah.
I said we only alive by the mercy and the pity of God.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
The serpent is opposite to God.
Oh, yeah.
The serpent will have you doing things against yourself so you could kill yourself.
That's what he did.
And then he on to the next one.
Not the serpent, the adversary. I said the serpent, the adversary, the devil. It ain't no devil. Yes, it is the devil, but he don't do nothing that God don't sanction.
That's right.
But there is a devil.
Oh, yeah.
There is a Satan.
Okay.
But he don't do nothing that God don't sanction.
All right.
So there is a thing, an entity called Satan
Oh, yeah.
that roams the earth to and fro to detour you away from God, to pull you away from God, because his job is, I don't want nobody serving God. I want everybody serving me.
Ain't that what the adversary told God?
Okay? Where we at? We in
Verse 13.
pull to verse 11. Exodus chapter 16, verse 11. Tom sheet.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children
I
of
have
Israel.
heard the murmurings of the children of Israel,
Speak
which
unto-
means it's not a good thing to be complaining. God do not like when you complain.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
God is putting you through certain situations to prove you.
Right.
Okay? To see whether you're going to turn towards righteousness or wickedness. Don't complain. Do better. Let's read.
Speak unto them, saying, At even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay around about the host.
Uh-huh.
And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground.
Uh-huh.
And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, but they wist not what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the day which the Lord hath commanded.
Mm-hmm.
Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every
Now
man.
people say, manna, in the Psalms he said, I fed thee with angels' food. The reason why God called it angels' food because it came from heaven. Not because the angels eat, because the angels don't eat. They like God. You know how I can prove to you? They don't eat. Tobit. There was a man named Tobit, and he made Tobit see a vision. He told Tobit, he said, man, you thought I was eating. He said, it was only a vision. Okay?
I made you see that.
I made you see that I was eating. But I really wasn't eating. I really wasn't eating. Angels don't eat.
No.
These angels are spirits. Huh? Go ahead, read.
This is the day which the Lord hath commanded.
Tom Sheep.
Gather of it every man according to his eating. An omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. Verse 17. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that
Okay. There was a question. He said, did would you consider the serpent and the adversary one? No. The snake and the snake and the serpent and Shaitan is not one. God, the reason why God moved the serpent to do what he did, because the serpent was the most, it said he was the most cunning, most subtle beast among all beasts of the earth. He was the most cunning and most slick one, most sly. So God used the most deceitful, the most cunning to beguile you and trick you.
Yeah.
The same way God deals and dealt with that serpent, guess what? The same way God deals with us.
Right.
Depending on how much evil you have in you will depend according to what God used you for to do and to accomplish wickedness.
Right.
If I ain't got evil in me like that, God ain't gonna use me to do evil because my actions doesn't call for it.
Right.
My actions don't call for it. But people said, did the serpent really talk? Yeah,
Yes.
it was a serpent that talked. The same, okay, have we read about Balak and Balaam?
Yes.
Okay.
When the ass
Yes.
turned towards Balaam,
Uh-huh.
he done turned his neck. You imagine the ass turning his neck at him. He said, man, why you hitting me? He said, you done hit me. He said, what's up, man? He said, I served you all my life. And have you ever known for me to move like this? But God opened his eyes and he saw the angel with his sword drawn. And there was a narrow path. God opened his eyes and he saw the angel. The angel said, if that ass would have continued to move forward, he said, you would have been a dead man, Balaam.
And I would have saved
He said, the ass would have lived,
Yeah.
but you would have been dead. But when they saw it, I said, man, fear and dread. I said, fear and dread. When that ass saw the angel of God, he stopped him in his tracks.
He's not going past.
He moved every other way instead
Into
of
the wall.
going forward.
Moved
He
into
moved
the
into
wall.
the wall. He moved left into the wall,
Back
smashed
up.
his leg. He backing up. Think, why is my ass
Something's.
moving like
See
this?
something.
What is ahead of the ass?
See something.
God had to open his eyes.
I just don't see it.
Mm-hmm. Let's read it. Where we at?
And the children of verse 17, and the children of Israel did so and gathered some more, some less.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did meet
My
it with
brother Prince Zachariah said, God don't move evil people to do good.
No,
That's a whole fact.
no, no.
I said, God don't, that's right. I said,
Right.
God don't move evil people to do good. He used evil
Evil
for the
to
day
do
of
evil.
wickedness, to do evil, to do wickedness and evil things to evil people, to accomplish evil. Huh? But when God used you to do a good thing, that's how you know you have grown.
Right
You have
there.
grown and you have gotten favor from God. That's when you know. Time sheet.
And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack.
That's a good point, Prince. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Prince Zachariah says sometimes good people, righteous people, people that God chose, get moved to do things that's evil,
Test
Hey,
to test them,
Yeah, test they
to
will.
prove them, to test their will. That's a fact. So because I did something evil, it don't mean I gotta be evil. Or I was evil at that point. Correct myself and get back right. Correct myself and get back right.
Yeah.
Get back, man. Tom sheet.
He that gathered much
These
had
are the
nothing
things.
over.
Those are the things that makes us a better people.
Right.
We become better before God. Tom sheet.
He that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack.
Mm-hmm.
They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses.
What verse what?
20.
Go ahead.
But some of them left it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them.
They was already commanded and told, don't save nothing.
Stick to the measurement.
Stick to the measurement. You need an omer, take an omer. Don't take more, don't take less. Okay? They went against the commandment of God. Some took less, some took more. The ones that took more had some left over and it bred worms and it stank. The ones that took less, they needed more. They ran out and didn't have enough to suffice themselves. That was the proof. That was the test and the trial that God put the people through to test their obedience. Go ahead.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his
It said they gathered it every morning. Go ahead.
Every man according to his
Every man according to his eating.
And when the sun waxed hot,
when the sun waxed hot,
it melted.
It melted. The word for gather is laquat. Lamed, kuf, tet.
Break it down.
That's the same gather and the same word that the man that was gathering sticks did.
That's correct.
He gathered. He didn't kindle a fire. He didn't start no fire. He just got caught gathering on God's holy day. Which is what? Why did they put him in ward? Why they put him in jail? And why they stoned him? Because he got caught gathering, which means the action of gathering is work on the day of God, which means we cannot gather on God's day. Because when you gather, you're working. The book shows us what the meanings. The book reveals to us the meaning and definitions of words, which means when we look certain things up, it has to correlate with what the book says. The book will teach you and show you what is and what to do and what not to do on God's holy day. Huh? Tom C.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. Verse 22.
Tom C.
And it came to pass that on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread. 2 omers for one man.
2 omers for one man.
And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord had said. Tomorrow is the rest.
Tomorrow is a what?
Is the rest.
Is the rest
holy Sabbath
of the. Wait. Go ahead. Where you at, man?
23.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord.
Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath to the Lord. All right. What does rest means? Okay. In the Hebrew, it says, it states the word for rest. Shabbaton, Shabbat, Kodesh, La El Shaddai, Makar et Asher, Tofu, Efu, We et Asher, Tibashlu, Bashellu, We et Kal Haodef, Hani Hu. Okay, Shabbat, Shabbaton. It means rest, right? It means rest. It don't mean to sleep because God has given us a commandment to congregate. If we are near a camp or gathering on the Sabbath day, then we should gather and congregate and observe the day. Do not choose to stay home and you live close to a place where you can congregate. If a person is staying home, that person should not have a place, that person must not have a place to congregate at with more Israelites to observe the day. This is the laws, all right? And the commandments of God. It ain't my laws. So we cannot keep the Sabbath day holy by sitting home, okay? Rest means what? To cease from, to stop, to cease, to stop, or being brought to an end of work. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. To cease from or being brought to an end of work or movement. Or movement. So I say that to say this. When you have to make the only way Because you can't break a law to keep a law. Well, if I move and I go here and I go there, am I moving? Am I moving and I'm traveling? Well, hey, brother, this is the position that you're in. But it's better to travel and go to a congregation than to sit home. You cannot break a law to keep a law. Okay? It says cease from work or movement. So if you're ceasing from work or movement, then you ain't gonna jump from camp to camp. You ain't gonna jump from this camp to that camp to this camp and to this camp, because people only do that to burn time. People only do that to kill time. And by the time they looked at the time in the watch, listen, the sun is almost down. They cannot listen. Go ahead, read.
Bake that which ye will bake today,
Mm-hmm.
and seek that ye will seek, and that which remaineth over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
Mm-hmm.
They laid it up till the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein.
Okay. Brother said, he said, every man should abide in this place on the Sabbath day. That time was in the wilderness.
They were in the wilderness.
They were in the
Everybody
wilderness.
was together.
This is why they had to stay within their camp.
No reason to come out.
There's no reason to come out.
There is no camp.
There's no camp.
Sit.
So you stayed within your tabernacle and you stayed put, and you still find people leaving out their tents, looking for manna, gathering sticks. And what happened to the people that left their tents and did such things? They died.
Right.
God gave us a commandment also and said we should observe the holy Sabbath day. Huh?
Right.
Now, it says to congregate. The word congregate means what? An assembly of people. That's what congregate means.
Right.
It means assembly of people that gather together to talk about holy things, that gather together to talk about God.
Yeah.
Okay? Time sheet.
Moses said, and they laid it up to the morning as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for
Eat
today,
that today.
for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord.
But today is a Sabbath to God, we.
Today ye shall not find it in the field.
You ain't gonna find it in the field.
That's right.
Okay? Eat this today, because don't come out in the field and looking for no manna, because you're not gonna find it. This is God's holy day. This is God's rest day. Tom Sheep.
6 days ye shall gather
6
it,
days ye shall gather.
but on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath,
On the seventh day, you ain't gonna find it, so you ain't gonna have to gather. You can't gather, because there ain't nothing dropping, ain't nothing coming. The action of gathering is work. The action of gathering is work.
That's right.
Okay? Tom Sheep.
in it there shall be none. Verse 27.
Tom
It
Sheep.
came to pass that there went out some of the people on the seventh day for to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws?
How long are you guys going to refuse to keep my laws? I just told you. I just told you to stay in your tent, because you're not going to find it in the field. And we still had stubborn Israelites that still left their tents looking. They didn't believe. We don't believe.
Non-believers.
And that's the problem today. We have a hard time believing. What do these people have to go through to strike some type of belief in you? Huh? This is our problem today, man. We don't believe. Belief triggers actions. I said belief triggers actions. According to the amount of belief that you have in you will be based according to what you do. Time sheet.
See, but that the Lord has given you the Sabbath, therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof Manna. And it was like coriander seed, white. And the taste of it was like wafers made with honey.
Verse
32.
Go ahead, read.
And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations,
Okay.
that you may see the bread wherewith I had fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord to be kept for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before
Why
the
said take
testimony.
that? Take a pot, take some omer and stash it. Put it up. Why? To
Evidence.
prove to you for evidence. Because apparently these are people they don't believe. And God knew that he came across the people with no belief. So therefore, everything that God did, he had to preserve for proof. To prove that, yes, this did happen. Why do you think God has left certain things in this day and time for proof that God exists? Why do you think God left certain things for proof to show you that this book is real? Okay? There was, look, we're gonna run through everything. There was archaeologists, scientists and archaeologists that came up to the Mount Sinai, and they realized that the mountain was burnt. He said the mountain is singed. He said, and it's a large amount of sulfur. Seems like this mountain been burning for a very long time. That's proof that God, the presence of God, has incinerated the whole mountain range. So there was a point in time in history where that mountain was on fire from the presence of God. There was a woman named, they didn't reveal her name, but Job's wife, when Lot's wife, when it was strict commands, she said, don't turn away, don't turn back. The angel commanded her and said, don't turn back. You know what that was? For your wife to turn back, turn into a pillar of salt, and Job couldn't go back for her.
He knew it was a wrap.
It's over.
Yeah, he knew it was a wrap.
He got his kids and the servants, and they're walking. Next thing, he looked to his side. His wife ain't there. I said, oh, God, my wife.
Yeah, she turned around.
My wife. But I got to honor and respect the word of God. He
That's
commanded me not to turn back.
That's right.
That woman that turned into a pillar of salt, it showed her in the Middle East, hanging over a highway, held up in chains.
Yeah.
And you can see her dress wear.
Yeah.
She didn't have on pants.
Yeah.
She didn't have on a mini skirt.
Yeah.
She didn't have on stretch pants. She had on a robe. I said she had on a robe. You couldn't even see her feet, my father said, when he seen it on the Discovery Channel. You couldn't even see her feet. Why? Because these women dressed with modesty.
Right.
These women dressed with respect.
That's
These
right.
women dressed like they had shame about themselves. Because my body is only for my husband to
That's
see.
right.
I'm not looking for attention from men.
That's right.
I already got the attention I want from my husband.
That's right.
That's it. That's all I need.
That's right.
There were seashells. There were seashells found on the highest mountain. Mount Ararat is in Turkey. The ark was embedded inside the mountain for proof that there was an ark, that there was a flood that happened and went down. So these things is real, man. This book is real. There is no book that had proof like the Old Testament. Tom Shishimo.
Verse 35.
Go ahead, read.
And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, when Omer is the 10th part of
God
35.
fed these people with manna for the whole 40 years that they were in the wilderness. They don't have you, so you ain't got to worry no more about being hungry. I'm going to feed you. And that was the first, listen, and nobody messed around no more. Nobody messed around no more and went back out in that field on the seventh day looking for no manna. Let's go to chapter 18. Exodus chapter 18.
When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for Israel, his people, and that the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom. For he said, I have been an alien in a strange land.
Alien in a strange land. Gershom.
And the name of the other was Eliezer.
Eleazar.
For the God of my father said he was mine help,
Tamshi.
and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh.
Tamshi.
And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife unto Moses into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of
We
God.
encamped at the mount of God. Read.
And he said unto Moses, I, thy father-in-law Jethro, am come unto thee, and thy wife, and her 2 sons with her. Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance and kissed him.
He said Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and did obeisance. When you look up the word obeisance in the Hebrew, it's shakah. Shin, chet, hey. It takes you deeper when you look it up in the Hebrew. And it gives you a clearer meaning about what we're reading so we can understand this clearly. So shakah means to prostrate, to bow down. What does prostrate mean? To prostrate, when a man prostrates, he is submitting. Anytime you bow down, it brings about submission. Anytime you bow down, it brings about submission. So that's why my father used to say, hey boy, I see you prostrating before me. So I should be able, and prostration brings about of submitted or submission. So I should be able to smack you without you getting angry. You know why he used that for an example? He said because he was watching the TV, and when it was a woman from a Spanish country with her 2 sons, right? So there was grown men. The father must have not been around. The father must have passed or what happened. I don't know what happened. But these 2 boys honor and respect their mother so much that the person that's doing the interview, he asked her, he said, so these boys here respect you? They honor them. You know what the guy did? Grown man held his head down. Yes, mama. He said, mama.
So he said,
held his head down. Held his head down.
He said, yes, mama, to a smack.
Yes, mama. Held his head down. He didn't get angry.
submitted.
He didn't get angry. He didn't get tight. She just wanted to prove that, listen, my boys respect me and honor me.
And he didn't prove all wrong.
So
That's right.
we're not supposed to feel the weight of the correction of your parents.
Right.
Your parents should be able to correct you.
That's right.
Your parents should be able to correct you without you catching an attitude,
That's right.
without you getting angry, without you getting fed up and tight and angry because now there's no submission in you. You don't have submission. You can't submit. And if you can't submit to your parents, you can't submit to God.
That's right.
How you think you're going to submit to your mother? You can't submit to your mother or your father, but you think you can submit to God? God done gave you parents and fathers and mothers to honor and respect. And you can't respect and honor them.
What you talking about? You honor God.
What you talking about? You honor God.
That's
Okay?
right.
Submission is what? That action. Okay, prostrate is what? To lay oneself flat on the ground, face downward, especially in reverence or submission. Okay? Submission is what? The action of accepting and yielding to the will or authority of. All right? The ones who's in authority makes the orders, makes the decisions. The ones who's in authority makes the orders and the decisions. You gotta have a certain amount of submission and submittance in you so that you can accept the authority by accepting the orders and the decisions. So when the order goes out, you gotta follow it.
Yeah.
When you don't follow the order, you're not a person that can submit. You're not a person that can submit. And now, because you can't submit to what God gave you, guess what happens after that? God stretches hands out against you. You don't want God to stretch his hand out against you. Go to the world, okay? Time sheet.
And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and did obeisance and kissed him.
Listen, man. You don't know what honor is, man.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk about it.
When your mother and your father tell you, I don't think you should go,
Talk about it.
they don't have to say, don't go.
Talk about it.
Don't go.
Talk about it.
Their suggestion, I don't want you to go.
That's right.
I don't want you to leave.
That's right.
But you still get up and leave to satisfy yourself.
That's right.
That's not honor.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I don't want you to leave.
Okay.
Your parent begging you.
That's right.
Your father's begging you. And you don't have it in your heart to listen.
Talk about it, brother.
You don't have it in your heart to feel bad for your disabled mother and father
Yeah,
that's telling you not to go.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
At least I had that much in me when my mother and my father told me don't go
Yeah.
or don't leave. I had that much to say, well, all right, mama, I ain't going.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit, man. I'm going to chill.
That's right.
Because what comes after that is worryation,
That's right.
stress,
That's right.
aggravation.
It exists.
What happens when a parent don't see a child? No, not even worry. They think,
Yeah.
but you can think upon them without worrying. You flash. I think on my daughter. I'm not worried, but I think on her because I didn't see her.
Yeah. I see where he's coming from.
Yeah.
I see where he's
Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
I ain't seen her,
Yeah.
and I miss her.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I want to know your well-being.
Yeah.
How you doing? Are you okay? Do you need anything? But it's not returned.
That's the problem. The concern.
It's not returned.
There's no the concern.
The love and the concern don't get returned. You don't get the call to find out how you're doing and your well-being. And if you're truly considered worried about how they're doing, you'll pop out.
Certain things.
Come see my face. When King David told Absalom, see my face no more, he stayed away for 2 years. After the 2 years, he came out and said, I can't take it.
Can't take it.
I got it.
But he still followed protocol.
Yeah. Follow.
You didn't just pop up.
He couldn't just walk in the throne. He still followed protocol. And he said, listen, man, even that about me being the king's son means nothing. I got to go through protocol. The protocol was to get in contact with Joab so Joab can take me to my father's face. I'm his son. Man, get out of here. I'm his son. No. Protocol.
That's right.
There's an order.
That's right.
You got banned. King David banned you because of what you
You
did.
gotta live that. That's right.
Because of what you did. Huh? Because of what you did with Amnon. And David must have perceived it a little because he was like, yo, man, out of everybody, you are emphasizing on Amnon. Why are you so bent on bringing Amnon here? Huh?
You know these things, yeah.
But God stirred up trouble within the house of David because of what King David did.
Right.
Because of what he did to Uriah the Hittite. So the Creator stirred up trouble within his house. And when God stirred up trouble within his house, his 3 sons lost it. Amnon, Absalom, and Adonijah. All from the sin or the iniquity of their father that God sent Nathan to erase. Nathan came to King David. He said, hey, King David. He said, God said, your iniquity has been erased. Thou shalt not die. What do you mean by that? That's not a metaphor. I said, that's not a metaphor, people. King David died. So why he told him thou shalt not die? I'm not getting into that. That's something for you to think. That's something for you to think. It's all over the Psalms. But I know, you ain't gotta know, but I know, because this is for me.
Yeah.
And everything here is for you. And everything here is for you.
Yeah.
And everything here is for you.
Yeah.
Huh? It's for every single person in here to take heed and believe, so that it can have some type of effect on yourself, on your spirit, and change. But I believe that if I live righteously with God, that I'm going to live again.
Oh, yeah.
Where's my reward?
Yeah.
Huh? He said, by the keeping of the laws and the commandments of God, there is great rewards. There is results. I ain't getting no results yet. So y'all can keep playing and don't believe. Y'all can keep playing and don't believe. Let's read it.
And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. Verse 8. And Moses told
They asked each other of their welfare, and they came into their tent. Right? Okay. Their will, their desire, or choice of a person. Okay? Go ahead.
And Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way.
All right.
Okay.
The action of accepting and yielding to the will. Your will are the things that you desire or your choices that you make. Okay? Okay? Or the authority of. Okay? Go ahead, read verse 8.
And Moses told
Exodus chapter 18, verse 8. Tom Sheet.
And Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon
all
them.
that he told unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's cause. This is the cause.
All of this.
All of this is the cause. The reason why I did all this to Egypt is for your cause, Israel. It's because of you. Why I broke down Egypt. Why I did this for Egypt. And because of the things that God did for us, this is why God holds Israel accountable. That's why God deals with these people, with Israel, the way he deals with Israel, because of what he did. He said, I demand this. God has demanded this of us, to keep his laws, to keep his commandments and his statutes, because of the good that God has did for you. So in return, see, when people do good to you, I said, when people do good to you,
Return the good.
it's righteousness to return the good back. We don't know that, and we don't move that way. People do good to you, and all you do is say thank you. Nah, what you gonna do to show me? What you gonna do to return the favor? You do good to me. Now it's up to me to return the good back to you. I'm not gonna leave you hanging. Oh no, I gotta show my appreciation. Let's read it. Where we at?
Middle of 8. All the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how the Lord delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which the Lord had done to Israel.
Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness that God did for Israel. Read.
Whom he had delivered out of the hand of
Whom
the
he had
Egyptians.
delivered out the hand of the Egyptians.
And Jethro said,
What Jethro said?
Blessed be the Lord.
Blessed be God. Blessed be the Lord. Baruch Elohim. Baruch Elohim. Tamshi.
Who had delivered you
Who had delivered you out the hand of the Egyptians is only of the mercy and the love of God, while God has shown you deliverance. Go ahead, read.
And out of the hand of Pharaoh.
Out of the hand of
Who
Pharaoh.
had delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians.
Read.
Verse 11. Now I know that the
Oh, that
Lord,
right there. Okay. The sister said, where in the book speaks about girls being virgins. The problem is today is that women don't teach, mothers don't teach their daughters the importance of their virginity, because this is a one-shot deal.
That's right.
Once you lose it, the
not gonna
virginity
get that.
don't grow back. You lose.
You'll get that
And
back.
this thing called the virginity, the hymen, it is sacred and holy. It's valuable. So we now, and the only person that's supposed to get that is your husband, which means you're not gonna be promiscuous and sleep around.
Where's the token?
Okay. Because now you're gonna get misused. You're gonna be like a doorknob,
Yes, sir.
where every man come and get a turn.
Yes, sir.
A year and a half, you with Tom, and he gets a turn. Oh, Tom did something that you don't like. It didn't work out. And she leaves Tom and get with Henry. Now it's Henry's time to get a turn.
Yeah.
Now after Henry, now it ain't Henry no more. Paul gets a turn.
Yeah.
All is complicated.
Listen here, your virginity is valuable.
Sacred.
Okay?
Yeah.
Your virginity is valuable.
Yeah.
It's so valuable that God said that when a man has taken a wife, a virgin, that man have to pay the dowry of virgins.
That's right.
And guess what? The dowry of virgins is a gift or a payment
That's right.
worth almost close to the payment of buying property.
That's right. To the parents.
It ain't no $100, no dowry. It ain't no 200. It's real estate, huh? Real estate. That's the precious thing that virgins have within them.
Yeah.
And guess what? You can also die in your innocence with God.
That's right.
You die and go before God in your innocence with that hymen, with that virginity. You have never been with no man.
Yeah.
These are things that's highly looked upon.
Yeah.
You can find these things in Exodus 22.
That's right.
In Exodus 22, where it states where a man has enticed a virgin.
That's right.
Because yes, you're gonna run into a man slicksters.
That's right.
No.
You cannot believe every man that come to you, because most of these men don't have that godlike mentality.
No.
Most of these men have the mentality of niggas,
That's right.
of Negroes. They have a heathenistic mentality. And because of these men that have these heathenistic mentality, they come with tricks. They come in deceit.
That's
And
right.
they come to deflower the young woman
Yeah.
and to take her virginity.
Yeah.
And when he get tired of her, he leave her
Yeah.
and leave her to herself.
Yeah.
Call her names. Keep your virginity, sisters, until you get married.
Yeah.
And just don't decide to just marry anybody. The man that you choose, the man that's chosen to marry you, must be God-fearing. The man that marries you, he has to have certain qualities. The man that marries you can't take you and beat you in your head to force you to go work. You know why? Because there are roles. Husbands got a role. Men got a role. Women got a role. You know what my role is? To provide. My wife don't need a job.
Yeah, that's a fact.
She work if she wants to.
That's right. That's right.
Huh?
Talk about
My job is to protect. Huh? My job is to provide, protect, if we have to realize another thing. Men look at things in a logical perspective. We don't look at it in an emotional perspective. You know who look at things in the emotional perspective? Women do. So sometimes we may have to jump out of our shell. We might have to jump out of this logical way of thinking to see and to acknowledge what she's coming from and what she's saying, so I can see what's bothering her, because she's my wife. This is my wife. And I don't want to hurt my wife, because if she hurt, I hurt. If she's in pain, I'm in pain, because we won. We won. I ain't going to call you out your name. I ain't going to call you out your name, because that's not what you are.
Yeah.
Huh? God said, if a woman have not gone in the way that God that you have prescribed or you have shown, the only way that a man will show you in the way that you should go is in the fulfilling of the laws, commandments of God. So when your wife have not gone that way, God didn't say beat her. So any man that put his hands on you to beat you, you don't need to be with them.
That's right.
You're not a punching bag.
That's right.
Huh? You're not a punching bag. God said, if she don't go the way that you desire, divorce her. Not beat her.
Yeah.
See, these daughters needs to be taught
What
to look for. It's called red flags.
There are red flags.
When you see these red flags, run like you're being chased by a lion. I said run, because just one mistake would destroy your whole life. One mistake will destroy you. You get trapped up. Now you got kids. Now, come on now. And most men, listen, man. Most men look for women without kids because, and if a man truly likes you and loves you and wants you, he won't mind. He'll take you with your 2 kids. And he'll accept your 2 kids as their own, as his own. Let's go back. Exodus chapter 18.
Verse 11. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods.
Now I know that God is greater than all gods. It ain't take a whole lifetime for Jethro to realize that the God of the spirits of all flesh is greater than all deities. He ain't seen nothing. All he's going by is by word of mouth, by what Moses told him about God. And he believed it. Jethro could serve God. I said Jethro can serve God, and that's the mindset and the mentality that we need to serve God. Why do I have to prove to you so much when the proof is right here in the pudding? Let's read it.
For in the day wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them.
But in the day wherein they dealt proudly, who dealt proudly? The Egyptians. The word for proud is zadon, right? Pride, insolence. Insolence is arrogancy, or to be arrogant. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for God. And Aaron came and all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. It came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning until the evening.
Moses sat to judge the people. He didn't shy away from showing or to teach them or to show them what is righteousness from what is wickedness. No. We cannot shy away from showing and emanating what is righteous from what is wickedness. Right. If a person has no understanding, it is your job to explain the law so that they may understand it, so that they can see this clearly. So by you breaking down these laws and causing this man to come into the clearness of the understanding of the laws and the commandments and the truth. Tom Sheep.
What is this thing that thou doest to the people? Why sittest thou thyself?
He said, why? We said, why you do this to the people? Go ahead. He said, why you sitting down here by yourself?
And all the people stand by thee from morning until
evening. And everybody is standing by you from morning until evening.
And Moses said unto his father-in-law.
Look what Moses told his father-in-law. See, one thing I see here. When a man marries a woman, he don't go to war with her father and her mother.
No.
And she don't go to war with his father and his mother. You know why? Because this is my wife. And your father and your mother, wifey, is my father and my mother. And they have to be treated as such. My father and my mother has to be your father and mother, wifey. And they have to be treated as such. Okay? They have to be respected as if they was your father. And you will go through certain things and do certain things as if this was my mother, as if this was my father. I will respect them and honor them like my own. Not like this situation here where the wife ready to fight the mother-in-law, where the husband ready to go at it with their father-in-law.
Yeah.
No, man. These are ways that God despises.
Mm-hmm.
These are ways that God hates.
That was just on the news.
Tom Sheet.
Because the people come unto me to inquire of God.
Uh-huh.
When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of God and his laws.
Uh-huh.
And Moses' father-in-law said unto him,
Look what Moses' father-in-law said.
the thing that thou doest
The
is not
thing
good.
that thou doest is what?
Not good.
It's not good.
Thou wilt surely wear away, both thou and this people that is with thee.
Uh-oh. Let's wait a minute now. He said, the thing that thou doest is not good. He said, you will surely wear away. Go ahead, what? Wear away what? What verse you at?
18.
Oh, so I see it. Thou will surely wear away both thou
And this people
and
that
this
is with thee.
people that is with thee.
But this thing is too heavy.
But this
for
thing
thee.
is too heavy for this, too much for you.
Thou art not able to perform it thyself
Okay.
alone.
Okay. The word for heavy, for wear away, it means in the Hebrew, tau, bait, lamed, tibol. Tibol come from the root word nabel. Nabel means to wear away. It means to wither away. It means to decay. Okay? It said you're going to wither away. When you look up the definition of withering away, it means to become weaker. By me handling these stressful situations from millions and millions of people, I'm going to weaken myself, and the people going to feel the effects. To decay means to decay or decline. To decay means to become gradually weaker, damaged. Okay? In time. It ain't going to happen right away. This happens in time of me judging millions of people. I'm going to get, in time, it's going to wear me down. It's going to wear me down. So basically, sometimes you need help. You need help to bear that burden that this one man is bearing. So I can't wash this burden on one person and not put forth the help. Go ahead, read.
Hearken now to my voice. I will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thou for the people to God word, that thou mayest bring the causes unto God.
Okay.
And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men.
Moreover, thou shalt provide unto the people what?
Able men.
What verse you at?
21.
21. Okay, hold up right there. Okay. The word, he said, and thou shalt teach them ordinance and laws. Okay? Ordinance and laws. Wehid harata. Wehid harata means the root word is tahad. It means to admonish or warn the people. Warn the people, because that's what teachings is. Teachings are warnings. Not to do this. If you do this, this is what's going to happen. Teachings are warnings. Do this so that in doing this, doing the good, this will happen. That's all teachings is. Warnings. The teacher is warning you against doing the things that God said is evil. The teacher is warning you to do things that is good, that God said is good, so that we can attract his attention.
Yeah.
Okay? Part of teaching or speaking about this holy God shows that you have accepted his laws. It shows that you have accepted his laws. Okay? A teacher instructs by precepts. Your precepts is a general rule to regulate. Precepts are general rules by God to regulate your behavior, to regulate your thoughts. It regulates your behavior. That's why when we're doing so much, or if you're doing laws and commandments and living a certain way, your behavior has to match what you do.
Yeah, gotta match it, man. Gotta match it, man.
I said your behavior has to match your lifestyle. I'm living righteously, but your behavior stinks.
Oh, Lord.
Your thoughts has to match the things that you do.
Yeah.
I'm pushing and doing things that the men of renown has done, but my thinking pattern is not matching my deeds and the things that I'm doing. Okay? Go ahead. Now it says, what verse you at? Read verse 21, right?
21.
Go ahead, read verse 21.
Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men.
Able men. What are able men? Able men is Anshe Kayil. Kayil. Anshe Kayil means moral strength. Quality. Integrity. Virtue. Able or capable men. Okay? Moral strength is what? A person's standards of behavior and beliefs concerning what is and is not acceptable for you to do. Okay? All right? Integrity is what? Strong moral principles that you refuse to change. That's Job. Job had integrity, so much integrity with himself that it caused him not to turn on God, no matter what he was being put through. He had that much righteous integrity to remain firm in the laws and the commandments of God. Virtue, conforming or agreeing to a standard of what is right by God. And we got to train ourselves for that. Because everything that God said and accepts, we don't accept. Everything that God accepts and agrees with, we don't agree with. We disagree with God and then turn on the one that's speaking. We turn on the one that's upholding righteousness. That's upholding the word of God. When it's not my word, people. My job, a teacher, warns. Warns. This is why very rare you're going to hear me telling you sob stories like we're going back to the land. Because I know we're not going nowhere. So why am I telling these people this?
We're going back to Cali.
Huh? Go back everywhere else except for there.
Yeah.
Okay? What is virtue? Virtue is what? Virtue is conforming or agreeing to a standard of what is right by God. That's it. Tom sheet.
Such as fear God.
Such as fear God. To be afraid of God. And like I said last week, when God said to fear your parents and reverence my sanctuary, right? It's the same fear that God said to fear him with.
Yeah. Same reverence.
Okay? Now, when God said to fear your mother and your father, to fear him, it don't mean that when your parents come in the room, you jump out the window because you're afraid. It don't mean when your parents coming towards you, you're running for dear life because you're afraid. the fear that God is talking about, it means be afraid to offend your mother.
That's right.
Be afraid to offend your father.
That's right.
Be afraid to offend God.
That's right.
That's the fear that God wants. So that we can be a holy people in the eyes of God. Because now you are afraid of offending them. Okay? So before you fear God, you're going to fear what people think first. Yeah. This is why it's when I fear and I'm afraid of what people think, I'm afraid to reveal to my mother and my father this lifestyle that I had took to myself.
Right.
I am afraid to tell my family and relatives that I can't do just any and anything on God's day,
Right.
on God's holy day.
Right.
Okay? I can't come with you to the beach on God's holy day.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Because this day is wholly dedicated to the service of God.
That's right.
Okay?
You gotta let them know.
So then, go ahead, Tom She.
Men of truth.
Men of truth. Anshe emet. Anshe emet means men of truth, faithful men, uprightness, men of integrity. Tom She.
Hating covetousness.
Hating covetousness. Betzah means hating unjust gain. Huh? Unjust gain, unjust profit, which means we cannot receive things unjustly. Unjustly. I will never receive. There's no amount of money that can make me go rob. No amount of money. I don't care if it's $1 billion. No amount of money that can detour me and make me even think to go rob that person for that $1 billion. No amount of money. No amount of money, because I stand firm in what I believe in, which is God, holiness, these laws. These laws. That's how I know when certain situations that went down, God put this situation in your head to detour you. To detour you. Yeah. So the brother asked the question. He said, how can he inform his mother that she shouldn't be wearing crosses on chains and bracelets in your house? Well, I'm going to tell you like this. You gotta let her know. That has to be told. You know why? Because you can't put your mother over God. Can't put her over God. See, this is a situation where the king had to fire his mother from being queen because she built an idol and she was on the throne. So he had to fire his mother from being queen and remove her from being queen. So you have to explain to your mother in righteousness, in humility, and you explain to her. Say, Mama, I live one way. I live by the laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
And you cannot, Mama. I will gladly appreciate it that when you come to my house, Mama, that you don't wear those crosses and those emblems.
Yeah.
Because and those symbols,
Gotta let it be known.
because those are emblems and symbols that are abomination. And guess what, brother? Guess what, brother? She can't even wear that chain to your house because the chain is abominable, just like the cross.
It's a dedicated thing.
It's a dedicated thing. It was dedicated to hold up a cross. That's why we don't go to the pawn shops, because the chain that you bought, we don't know if the chain that you bought was used to hold up a cross. So she can't come to your house with the cross. She can't come to your house with that chain. Okay? Now, you say you told her with respect and she got angry. And she, that was her protect, and she said she won't come. Ah, man, she won't come over. Then you go over there.
Then you go over there.
You go over there. You go see her. You make sure you go see her.
That's right.
Okay, she ain't coming over. Okay, it happens a lot. That happens. That happens. Then you go see her then. You make sure you go see her.
That's just right.
And you know how you go see her? by doing things from her, by doing things for her,
Service.
by doing service to her. Oh, mama, you need me to go to the store? You go to the store. You do
So
extra.
That's
You do
right.
extra things so that
They make up.
to make up
Yeah.
of how she feel, because you don't want mama feeling this
That's
way.
right. That's
So
right.
therefore, because mama feel the way, which means I have to do more for her to show her.
Right.
Mama,
Right.
you need something done, mama? You come home, dishes need to be washed, wash the dishes. Mama, mama, what's up, mama? You need some clothes washed? Give me your laundry, mama. I'll wash it for you. You gotta do things for her now to pacify her anger. Okay, calm her down.
Yeah.
And then after she calmed down, then she'll come here and say, son, I see what you're doing.
Let me
And
see.
she gonna recognize.
Yeah.
She gonna recognize.
Yeah.
She gonna recognize.
Facts.
Say, I see what you're doing, son.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts, facts.
Yeah, man.
Facts. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where we at, Chief?
Hating covetousness and place such over them to
Hating
be rulers
covetousness.
of thousands.
Hating covetousness and put such as rulers that what?
I'm in the middle of 21. Hating covetousness and
Uh-huh.
place such over them to be rulers of thousands.
Rulers of thousands. See, listen here, man. We got to be careful with who we go to for advice.
Uh-oh.
We got to be careful
Uh-oh.
because a person, brother, you could have went to the wrong person for advice, and they would have advised you wrongfully
That's right.
and told you, well, if she angry, then let her be angry, but you serve God. No,
No.
no, I can't let her be angry. But that's still my mother.
Yeah.
That's still my mother.
That's right. That's the way.
So there's a way to go about things in righteousness.
Right.
There's a way to go about things in the righteousness of God,
Right.
so that I don't offend her.
Right.
I don't need to offend my mother. I don't need to be offending my father, because all I'm going to do is blemish myself. That's it. Come see.
And place such over them to be rulers of thousands.
Rulers of thousands,
Rulers of hundreds.
rulers of hundreds,
Rulers of 50s.
rulers of 50s.
And rulers of
What
10s.
verse you at?
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Let them judge the people at all seasons. And it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge.
Uh-huh.
So it shall be easier for thyself, and they shall bear the burden with thee. If thou
Okay. Cut that. And let's go. We're going to go to Proverbs 25. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 25.
Take time.
Got it?
Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 25.
these are also the Proverbs of Solomon, which
Uh-huh.
the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing.
Uh-oh. He says the glory of God to conceal a thing. We hearing this?
Oh, yeah.
He said it is the glory and the honor of God, the glory and the honor of God to conceal, to hide a thing, to hide a matter, to hide a word, which means there are certain things that does not need to be revealed.
That's right.
Certain things don't need to be said.
That's right. Yes, right.
We got to learn this and understand this, because we're reading about the wisest man that ever lived.
That's right.
God gave this man wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
Yeah.
But even though he loaned his heart to folly,
This wisdom statement.
his wisdom stayed with him. He didn't lose his wisdom because God gave it to him. Do we know most of us would have been gone in the wind?
All of them.
All of us would have been gone in the wind. The things that this man did, but he did these things to inform us of what to stay away from, what not to do. What happens when you do this? What happens when you do the other? Because he put himself out there as the example, so he can teach the nation and tell the people what to do from what not to do, what to stay away from, what not stay away from. This is what happens when you do this. This is what happens when you do that. This does not happen when you do this.
It was like an out of body experience.
That's it.
Right.
Time sheet. He said,
It is the glory of God to conceal a
to
thing,
conceal a
but
thing,
the honor of kings
but
is
the
to search
honor
out a
of
matter.
kings to search out a matter. Wait a minute. To search out a matter
That's the case.
is the honor of kings, kakwon, kufresh, which means to search, to examine, to investigate. Huh? So if the king is the honor of kings to investigate and search out the matter, then what do you think we should do?
Search for the truth.
We gotta side with that which is lawful and right. We gotta search out and investigate
Right.
what is good, who was good, who was right, from who was evil, who was wrong. And we gotta, and God said we gotta condemn the wicked.
That's right.
Condemn the wicked, uplift the righteous.
That's right.
We can't be partial.
That's right.
I can't side with you, son,
That's right.
because you was wrong.
Because you pay money.
Not because you my son means I need to side with you. You was wrong, son. This is the penalty. This has to be done.
That's right. Or you donate the most
Okay.
money. That's why I'm a solid.
Time sheet.
The heaven for height and the earth for depth,
The heaven for height and the earth for depth. Time sheet.
and the heart of kings is unsearchable.
The heart of kings, you ain't gonna never figure that out. Hmm? You ain't gonna never figure out the heart of a king. Kings can search out kings.
That's right.
They'll search out each other.
Yeah.
Okay?
Teachers.
Time sheet and teach. That's right. Time sheet.
Take away the dross from the silver.
Take away the dross from the silver. We know what dross is. Dross is impurities that are found in precious metal. When you remove the dross from the metal, the impurities from the metal, what happens? And there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. You it's going look. You done made it
Fine silver.
fine silver. The value of it just increased. Time sheet.
Take away the wicked. from
Take
before
away the
king,
wicked from what? From before the king.
And his throne shall be established. in
Because I ain't
righteousness.
got nobody evil instructing me
Right.
of what to do and what not to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king,
Put not thyself in the presence of the king.
and stand not in the place of great men.
Humble yourself. Humble yourself. Why you push your chest out like you a king, like you a head, like you a leader? Humble yourself. Humility.
That's right.
These are qualities and traits and characteristics of the pious.
That's right.
These are qualities and traits and characteristics of the righteous.
That's right.
These were qualities and traits and characteristics of Moses. God said there will never be another man like Moses.
That's right.
He said, who saw my face, who I spoke to face
Yeah.
in the mountain.
That's right.
Go ahead.
For better it is that it be said unto thee, come up hither, than that thou
Or better
shouldest-
it is that you have been invited. Just don't pop up.
Right.
You wasn't told to come.
Don't force
Huh?
yourself.
That's why when you go to say shalom and you find certain people gathering, you say shalom. You don't just stand there.
Right.
They're gathering together talking. You don't stand there to be nosy to hear what's going on.
That's
Step
right.
back, say shalom. All right, God,
That's right.
and you leave off. One brother recognized it, man, told her, I respect that. Some other Negro would have stood there trying to be nosy,
Listen to that.
listening to everything. Then they got to
Let's
change the
talk about it.
conversation, and they don't want to tell you to step off because they don't want you to feel away. But you got to perceive that.
Right.
That's right.
You got to perceive that.
Yeah.
What verse you at?
7.
Time
For
sheet.
better it is that it be said unto thee, come up hither,
Uh-huh.
than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince, whom thine eyes have seen.
That's right. Read.
Go not forth hastily to strive.
Don't be so quick to argue. Huh?
Excuse me?
Don't be so quick to argue and strive. Sometimes when you have that argumentative spirit, you gotta not say nothing at all.
Right.
Because I don't want this message or what I have to say to get out in a certain manner or way.
That's right.
So you gotta step down sometimes and not say nothing, period.
Right.
See?
Lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. With thy neighbor hath put
Lest
thee
thou
to shame.
know not what to do in the end thereof. Now, because you didn't refrain from the strife and you intermeddled, now I don't know what to do to quench it. You done started a fire that you don't know how to end. Tom Sheep.
When thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Tom Sheep.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself.
He said, debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself. So if you have a problem, go to your neighbor and talk this thing out. Talk it out. Go ahead.
Debate thy causes with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another.
Oh my goodness. Debate your cause to your neighbor. He said, and don't discover or reveal a secret to someone else. Why? Because you got all emotional. You got all angry. So now your tongue got hot. And because you got angry, you want to reveal what was told to you.
Right. You didn't know that.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna say it now. So now I'm gonna say it. He did this. Whoa, wait a minute. I came to you and I confided in you about this.
Right.
You get angry at me and reveal what I told you? Huh? You have no honorability. You have no faithfulness in you. Tom Sheep.
Lest he that heareth put thee to shame.
Lest he that hear it put thee to shame.
And thine infamy turn not away.
And your infamy. Huh? You know what your infamy is? Dalet beit hay, your slander, your ill report, your infamy. Infamy is what? Bad reputation.
Yes.
Just by you doing that, you got a bad rep now. Your public reproach or strong condemnation, which brings shameful results and outrageous acts. Shameful results and outrageous acts. Why? Because of what you done did. Because of what you done did. Huh? But we don't look at it as shameful. You said your outrageous acts is justified.
Your pride told you that.
Your pride is what's telling you that. Go ahead, read.
A word fitly spoken is like apples of
A
gold.
word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and pitchers of silver. What is fitly spoken? Fitly spoken means in time or season. A word spoken in time and season. There was a certain time to say it. Right now, this ain't the time to say it at all.
That's right.
Right now, this is the time to hold those words and don't mention it. Certain things you're supposed to keep it in and forget about it.
Right.
Forget about it. Don't get emotional and start running your mouth.
That's what people do.
But that's what people do. They get emotional and they start running their mouth and running their mouth and running their mouth. I thought I was able to trust you. I thought I was able to trust you, and now did I expect you to get angry with me and reveal what I told you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is the faithful messenger to them that send him.
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, that doesn't match. Cold snow in harvest. Go ahead.
So is a faithful messenger to them that send him, for he refreshes
refresheth
the soul of his master.
Oh my goodness. So he said he refresheth the soul of his master. Refresh it means to return. Okay? I skipped one part. I skipped something. In verse 12, it speaks about the wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
Uh-oh.
A wise reprover upon an obedient ear. What is the wise reprover? The wise reprover knows how to rebuke. Not because the man is wrong gives you the option to just rail and go crazy on him. Because now the person that you're coming at not going to accept the rebuke. There's the way that you rebuke people. There's a way that you rebuke people to where he will accept it.
Yeah.
go back and start thinking about oneself to correct itself. That's the wise reproof. That's why correction, judges, is not for everybody.
No.
People can come up, want to correct, say, no. You can't go and tell him he's wrong and correct nothing because you don't know how to do it. We're going to send someone with some type of sense. Okay? You go correct them. You know how to do it.
Yeah.
And the other person will come and correct you in a manner that you can see the faults, that you can see when you came up short at.
Yeah.
A wise reprover knows how to rebuke and warn those that have fell away from righteousness. Go ahead, time sheet, verse 13.
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him. For he refresheth the soul of his masters.
You know, return the soul back to his master. To refresh means to return. From the message that he brought. See, the message you can build and you can break just by those messages that you want to bring the message. Okay, go ahead, verse 14. Proverbs 25, verse 14. Read.
Whoso boasted himself of a false gift.
Whoso boasted himself of a false gift. You shouldn't be boasting yourself at all. Because a person that boasts himself is full of pride. He's full of pride. And you can't serve God with pride. You can't serve God being proud.
Right.
Okay? You're too full of yourself.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
Whoso boasted himself of a false gift is like clouds and wind without rain.
Clouds and wind, there ain't no rain falling. Go ahead.
By long forbearing is a prince persuaded.
Forbearing. By long forbearing. A person that forbear is a person that shows patience. A person that shows restraints. He's able to restrain and hold himself back. Go ahead, read.
Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomited.
Proverbs 25, verse 17. Tom Sheep.
Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house.
Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house.
Lest he be weary of thee.
Yes, lest he get tired of you. You're always here. I don't have no privacy. My woman can't walk around in her negligee and be sexy for me because you're always here. And sometimes I want to see my woman in a manner that I want to see her in. And I can't do that with you always being in my house.
Make me miss you.
Okay?
Make me miss you. Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
A man that beareth false witness against his neighbor is.
What verse is that? Oh, verse 18. Tom Sheep. A man that
beareth
beareth false witness against his neighbor is what? Is a maul and a sword and a sharp arrow. Why? Because you got too much to say and you wasn't there. You have a lot of answers. You have a lot of answers and opinions and things to say, and you wasn't there when it happened. You don't know what took place. You don't know what happened, but you got a lot to say. You got a lot to say. Go ahead.
Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth.
Confidence in an unfaithful man. Confidence in an unfaithful man. The word for unfaithful is by God. Okay? By God means treacherous. Confidence, or when you confide in a treacherous man in time of trouble, is like a broken tooth. You can't confide in him because he'll turn. He'll turn on you. You can't count on him because he'll turn. Tom Sheep.
And a foot out of joint. As he that taketh away a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart.
Oh my goodness. He says, so is he that sings songs to a heavy heart. I'm stressed and I have a lot of suffering going on inside. Here you come singing songs. In the Hebrew, it says, in the English, it says heavy heart. Right? In the Hebrew, it says Ra, Lev. Ra means evil, Resh, iron. Lev means heart, evil heart, evil mindset. Huh? He said a person that sings songs to an evil heart or evil mindset. Because what? He said, and he that taketh away a garment in cold weather and adds vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to an evil heart. It don't match. It don't match. Those songs that you're singing to this guy with this evil heart, with this evil mindset, it ain't gonna have no effect. Tom, see? You know, sometimes we do things to pacify other people's anger, but you so evil that you're still hell bent on how you are, and you refuse to change and acknowledge that the person is trying to pacify you and calm you down. Most of us, when we're trying to calm a person down, they get more angry. You get more angry and they curse you out and get down. Wait a minute. I'm trying to calm you down. I'm coming in peace. Go ahead.
If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat.
If your enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat.
And if he be thirsty, give him water to drink.
Give him water to drink.
But thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head,
Mm-hmm.
and the Lord shall reward thee.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 4. 2 Kings chapter 4. Got it?
Yep.
2 Kings chapter 4. Let's read it.
2 Kings chapter 4. Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
He said, thy servant. He said, my husband is dead. Huh? Go ahead, read.
And thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord.
And thou know that my husband, your servant, feared God.
You know this.
Uh-huh.
And the creditors come to take unto him my two
The
sons.
creditors is come to take unto him my two sons to be bondmen, to be servants. Why? Because the father died without repaying his debt, without making his debt good. But according to what I read, the debt don't die once your father dies. It is the son's job. It is the wife, the widow's job to pay off the father's debt. To pay off the father's debt. That's righteousness. So the creditor came and they was going to take her two sons to work that debt off. So let's read.
And Elisha said unto her, What shall I do for thee?
What should I do unto thee?
What hast thou in the house?
What do you have in the
And
house?
she said, Thine handmaid had not anything in the house save a pot of oil.
Uh-huh.
Then he said, Go, borrow thee vessels abroad of all thy neighbors.
Borrow vessels abroad of all thy neighbors.
Even empty vessels.
Empty vessels.
Borrow not a few.
Borrow not a few.
When thou art come in, thou shalt shut the doors upon thee.
When you come in, shut the doors upon you.
And upon thy
And
sons.
upon thy sons.
And shalt pour out into all those vessels.
Pour out to all those
And
vessels.
thou shalt set aside that which is full.
Mm-hmm.
So she went from him and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who
Mhm.
brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, as she said unto her son, Bring me yet a vessel. And he said unto her, There is not a vessel more.
The power of God. Huh? The power of God. Now, this prophet, who was the prophet of God, God has allowed this prophet, she only had a little bit of oil. The prophet told the woman to go get vessels. Don't bring a few, bring a lot. But the amount of vessels that she bought was not, she didn't have enough oil to fill up all those vessels. But because he was the prophet of God, it was a miracle. He said, go in the room with all those vessels, shut the door behind you, and fill it. You're going to have enough oil in that in that vessel to fill up all these vessels here. And she filled them. She filled it. The last one, she said, no more. What happened?
And he said unto her, this is not a vessel more, and the oil stayed.
Mm-hmm.
Then she came and told the man of God, and he said, go, sell the oil and pay thy debt, and live thou and thy children of the
He
rest.
said, go, sell the oil and pay your debt and live. And thou and thy children of the rest. Tamshi.
And it fell on the day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman.
Where was a great woman.
And she constrained him to eat bread.
She constrained him to eat bread.
And so it was that as often as he
passed by,
he turned in thither
to eat bread. Every time he passed, he had a spot where he can go and eat. Go ahead, read.
And she said unto her husband,
Look what she said to her.
behold, now I perceive that this is a holy
She said,
man
I
of God.
perceive that this is a holy man of God. Which means there's a certain manner that comes with a man that's pursuing holiness, righteousness. There's a certain way that comes with men that's pursuing holiness and righteousness. Thomas, read.
I perceive that this is a holy man of God which passeth by us continually.
Mm-hmm.
Let us make a little chamber, I pray thee, on the wall. And let us set for
a little
him
chamber, a little room.
And let us set for him there a bed and a table and a stool.
A bed, table, and a stool.
A candlestick.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
The word candlestick in the Hebrew, it says menorah. We did not use candles.
Make it clear.
Candles was used in witchcraft. Anytime you see candles in the book, when you go to the Hebrew, it says a menorah. Menorah is a lamp. Okay? A lamp. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be when he cometh to us that he shall turn in thither.
Tamshi.
And it
Second Kings chapter 4, verse 11. Tamshi.
And it fell on the day that he came thither, and he turned into the chamber and lay there. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, call this Shunammite.
Call the Shunammite.
When he had called her,
and when he had called her,
she stood
before him. Read.
And he said unto him,
we're going to learn some righteousness here. Go ahead.
Say now unto her.
He said, say unto her,
behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care.
I recognize the things that you have done for me, woman. Shunammite. I recognize the good that you have done to me, Shunammite, by providing me a room and feeding me. I recognize these things. We have a hard time recognizing the good that people have done for you. We don't recognize it. In our mind frame, we're not built to even repay these people or repay a person that have done good for you. Go ahead.
What is to be done for thee?
What is to be done for thee?
What is thou be spoken for to the king?
What is thou be spoken for to the king?
Or to the captain of the host?
Or to the captain of the host?
And she answered, I dwell among my own people.
She said, I dwell amongst my own people. So if you're not my people, if we don't serve the same God, then believe me, I'm not walking with you. I'm not walking with you because we're not the same. We don't have the same mentality. We don't think the same. We don't walk the same. I walk completely different than you walk. So we can't walk together.
I will never agree.
Tamshi.
And he said, what then is to be done for her? And Gehazi answered, verily she had no child, and her husband is old. And he said, call.
Well, brother says we shouldn't be lighting candles. You know, candles was used in witchcraft. White candles, black candles, purple, all these different colors in candles has a certain meaning. And they also use those candles to worship the dead. They also use these candles to in witchcraft. Anytime you read candles inside the book, when you look at in the Hebrew, it says menorah.
That's what it really means.
Okay? A menorah is a lamp. An oil lamp where you put oil, you light it, and that's what was used. They didn't use candles. And I never read in the book where our forefathers used candles. See, this is the standards that God set. And if we want to be holy, if you desire to follow after the ways of God, then you'll read, see the things that they do, and you do it.
You do it.
You will read, see the things that they didn't do, and you don't do it. You'll learn his ways, and you'll learn his ways if God open your eyes to their ways, and you begin to walk that way or in that form or manner. This is the only way we can get close to God. The only way, because we don't have prophets. There are no prophets. There are no high priests. Ain't none of that here for us to inquire of God and get an answer. You know what your answer is? It lies within the Old Testament. Read the book and pray to God that he open your eyes to see certain things, because you ain't got to see it neither. All right? I'm in 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 15. And Gehazi answered, verily she had no child, and her husband is old. And he said, call her. And when he had called her, she stood in the door. Wait a minute. When the prophet Elisha called the Shunammite, she didn't just walk into his chambers. She didn't just walk into his room. When she came, she stood at the entrance. You picked that up? Did we see that? She just didn't push herself all into his room. Because you ain't my man. I have a husband. And I'm not going in your chambers. I'm gonna stop right here at the doorstep, at the lintel, at the entrance. And you gonna say what you have to say from right there. Huh? Learn the ways. Learn these righteous ways of our fathers. Learn the righteous ways of the woman. And the woman needs to follow it. When we learn the righteous ways of our fathers, we need to follow it so that we can become looked upon as different, so that God can deal with you differently than he deal with the world. Don't chastise me with the hand of the heathens. I want you to, oh God, thou. You chastise me, oh Lord. And don't deliver me into the hands of the heathens. Don't deliver me into the hands of these God-forsaken places that don't know your name and don't acknowledge your name. We got to know how to pray. And these are prayers that need to go up now. Don't chastise me with the hands of these God-forsaken people that don't give praises to thy name, oh Lord. But if there's any chastisement to go out, oh Lord, thou chastise me. And if I die under thy chastisement, then so be it. Then so be it. But don't let the heathen rage and triumph over me, oh Lord, God of my salvation. So, and he said, about this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace a son. And she said, nay, my Lord, thou man of God, do not lie unto thine handmaid. Because she didn't have a son. So he said, okay, I know what to do for you. At this set time, you're going to have a son. You're going to embrace a son at this set time. Okay? She looked at him and said, don't lie. Don't lie unto thy handmaid. Every woman in the book referred to themselves as a handmaid. Huh? They referred to themselves as a handmaid. It said the woman conceived and bare a son at the season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life. And when the child had grown and fell on the day that he went out to his father to the reapers. So the child is grown now. So the child is going out to the field to reap with his father. Okay? And he said unto his father, my head, my head. And he said to the lad, carry him to his mother. And when he had taken him, 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 20 towards the end, and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees till noon, then died. So now the child was in the field with his father, but something was happening to his head. He said, oh, my head, man, my head. Went to his mother and he died on his mother's lap. Okay? And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God. She took her son that died went to the loft, went up to the room, to the chambers that she set up, that she had for this man of God, and she put the dead child upon his bed. I'm in 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 21.
And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door upon him, and went out. And she called unto her husband and said, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again.
She said, Send me one of who? One of the young men.
One of the young men and one of the
asses,
that I may run to the man
that I
of
may
God.
run to the man of God
And come again.
And come again.
And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today?
He said, Why are you going to him today?
It is neither new moon,
It ain't new moon,
nor Sabbath.
nor Sabbath.
And she said, It shall be well.
It shall be well. It shall be okay. It shall be good. Read.
Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, Drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding for me, except I bid thee. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi his servant, Behold, yonder is that Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, Is it well with thee?
Elisha seen her and spotted her from afar. He said, Yo, Gehazi, look, that's the Shunammite right there, huh? He said, Go run, go meet her. Go down there and see what's going on. Why she's coming to me now? Go ahead.
Is it well with thee?
Is it well with thee?
thy husband?
Is it well with thy husband?
Is it well with the
Is
child?
it well with the child?
She answered, It is
It
well.
is well. Because if I'm good with you, then I gotta be good with your son.
Right.
If I'm good with you, I gotta be good with everything that comes from you. I can't be good with you and I'm against your son, I'm against your wife, or I'm against this one, or if you're against my wife, then you're against me.
That's right.
You can't be against my woman and think I'm going all peachy with you. No, you can't be against my son and think I'm going to be peachy with you. No,
Against my father, I'm against you.
you against my parents, I'm against you.
Yeah.
Come see. Oh, what verse we got? So she went out to the land.
And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet.
Uh-oh.
Gehazi
She said when she came, so now Gehazi asked her and told her it's all well. She said, yeah, it's all well. She said it's all well. So now what happened now? And when she came
to the man of God,
to the hill,
she caught him by the feet.
she caught him by his feet. How can she catch him by his feet? She prostrated. She bowed down and prostrated and grabbed his feet. Humility, humble. Go ahead, read.
But Gehazi came near to thrust her
Gehazi goes to thrust her away, to pull her away from Elisha. Read.
And the man of God said, Let her alone.
He said, leave her alone.
For her soul is vexed.
He said, her soul is vexed.
The Lord had hid it
and
from
God hid it from me.
me. It had not told
It
me.
had not told me. Elisha was able to perceive that something is wrong. Something is wrong. Because I sent Gehazi to find out what took place or what happened or why she's coming, but she didn't reveal it to him. She didn't tell him. All is well. She said, all is well. But when she finally got to Elisha, she prostrated herself and touched his feet, humbled herself. Read.
And then she said, Did I desire a son of my Lord?
She said, did I tell you I want a son? Did I ask for a son?
Did I not say, Do not
Didn't I
deceive me?
tell you don't deceive me? Now we look at this and say, well, how did Elisha deceive her? She received her son, right?
Mhm.
It happened. Whatever he said was supposed to happen, it happened, right? So how, we're going to learn, how did he deceive her? Go ahead, read.
Then he said to Gehazi,
Then he told Gehazi,
Gird up
what?
thy loins,
Gird up thy loins.
take my staff in
Take
thy
my
hand,
staff in thy hand
and go thy way.
and go thy way.
If thou meet any man,
If thou meet any man,
salute him not.
salute him not.
And if any salute thee,
If
answer him
any
not
salute
again.
thee, don't answer him.
And lay my staff upon the face of the child.
Wait a minute. Did she tell him her child is dead?
No.
No. How in the world he picked that up that the child is dead? How you pick that up? You can't hide nothing from prophets of God. You can't hide nothing from them. She said, I didn't tell you I wanted a son. Why you deceived me? From that, what what she said, he picked it up and said, man. He said, Gehazi, get my staff.
You gotta make this right. Yeah.
Don't salute nobody. Because whatever you're going with, if you salute them, you're going to lose it. Don't salute nobody. If somebody salute you, you don't salute them.
Right.
And you don't salute nobody.
Right.
Go there and put my staff where?
Upon the face of the child.
Upon the face of the child.
And the mother of the child said, as the Lord liveth and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed him. Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child. There was neither voice nor hearing.
No movement. Nothing said.
Wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake.
The child is not awake.
And when Elisha was coming to the house, behold, the child was dead and
laid upon his bed.
He went in therefore and shut the door upon them twain and prayed unto
Prayed
the Lord.
unto God.
And he went up and
He
laid
went
upon
up,
the child,
laid
put his
upon
mouth
the
upon his
child,
mouth,
put his mouth upon his mouth, eyes upon his
and
eyes,
his hands upon
his
his hands.
hands. What is he transferring? What is he transferring? Eyes upon his eyes, mouth upon mouth, hand upon hand. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm. Vital signs started to pop back. Started to come back. Tamshi.
Then he returned and walked in the house.
He returned, got up, paced the floor, walk up, walk back down, walk up,
and went up and stretched himself upon him.
Stretched himself upon the child.
And the child sneezed 7 times.
7 times.
And the child opened his eyes.
They didn't say bless you.
No.
The child sneezed 7 times. They had nobody tell this child about God bless you or bless you.
There's no prayer.
These are ways and customs of the Americans.
Right.
These are not our ways and our
Right.
customs.
Yes, sir.
Nobody in the book mentioned that.
Yeah.
Come from a German
Okay.
idol god.
Come from a German idol god called Gesundheit.
That's right.
Look it up, Tamshi.
And he called Gehazi and said, call this Shunammite.
Call the Shunammite.
So he called her, and when she was coming unto him, he said, take up thy son.
Take your son.
Then she went in and fell at his feet.
Fell at his feet. She prostrated
herself
and bowed
to the
herself to the ground and took up her son and went. Tamshi.
And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was a dearth in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto his servant, set on the great pot, and see pottage for the sons of the prophets. And one went out.
Okay, cut that. And I'm gonna close it out with this right here. I'm gonna close it out with some wise words. All right, we're gonna go to Baruch in the Apocrypha, chapter 4. All right, he said, this is the book. I'm in the Apocrypha, Baruch chapter 4. This is the book of the commandments of God and the laws that endure it forever. All they that keep it shall come to life. But such as leave it, but such as abandon it, shall die. Okay? Turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. Give not thy honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. O Israel, happy are we, for the things that are pleasing to God are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. You were sold to the nations not for your destructions. God did not allow us to go into slavery to destroy us, but because he moved God to wrath, we made God angry. We made God upset, by disobedience. Right? You were delivered unto the enemies, for ye provoked them that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting God that brought you up. Ye have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. Okay? He said, for as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more. And with that, I hope I got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Rican. Ben Levin.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to chief men, princemen, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you on the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
At this moment, we will please rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which has brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or the likeness of anything
nor any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven
or
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is Sabbath to the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in them
and
is.
rested the seventh day.
The rest of the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor his
manservant,
maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his
nor
ass,
his ass.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Maybe see. Nor the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to move straight ahead to Psalms 119, verse 9. Faith.
Psalms 119.
Mhm.
Psalms
Uh-oh.
chapter 119.
Uh-oh. Teach me. Show me.
See, these songs are prayers
Yes, they
from
are.
a holy man, a man that had a heart like God, named David.
That's right.
A man that constantly asked God for forgiveness.
Right.
And to whatever sin is in him, whatever dirt or whatever anything profane in his spirit was in him, to get rid of it. He asked God help for him to get rid of these things.
That's right.
That's why these songs were used by kings, namely Hezekiah, Josiah. Those were their prayers. David's prayers to God were their prayers.
That's right.
That's the words that they used whenever they prayed, whenever those kings and the prophets, whenever the holy people back then prayed to God, they used David's words. It was established that these prayers are going to be used, right? Solomon came later on and established the basin of the east, which is Jerusalem, which is the house where God placed his name there, okay? And that's called the prayer of dedication. So you don't have to make up your own prayers. Be careful with that. You're in trouble, right? You can ask God to help you.
That's right.
But don't go too far into making up your own prayers. Okay? There are words that were said when men were in trouble, like Asa. Okay?
Right.
And they said certain things to God. You can follow that. But don't make up nothing. We don't have to make up nothing. Everything is made for us already. The prayers, we don't have to sacrifice. We sacrifice those prayers, that's the calves of our lips. Now, besides the prayers, we fast.
Mm-hmm.
We supplicate. We make vows, right? And what else? You confess. Now, the only time you pray, there are certain times to be praying to God. And that's at Minkat and Shakari, morning and evening. Morning prayer, evening prayer. Those are mandatory. That goes along with the burnt offering sacrifice. If the burnt offering sacrifice was still being carried on today, right? So instead of a bullock, there's no way to take it. There's no high priest. There's no place where God chose to place his name there, where he can come and bless you. Like we just read.
Yeah.
He said, I will place my name there. And when I choose that place, you will be blessed. So we're not blessed right now.
Can't
You
bless
get blessed.
yourself, baby.
No, you can't bless yourself. A parent can bless their children.
Bless yourself.
Okay? That's about as far as it goes. Okay? Time sheet.
Psalms chapter 119,
Verse 9.
verse 9. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways?
How shall a young man?
Cleanse his ways.
Wherewithal means how. How does he go about doing this?
That's right.
What are the requirements for cleansing his ways? Right? And he's speaking on a young man,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you're young before you're old. Right or wrong?
That's right.
And the longer streak of your way being cleansed from young, you're good with the Most High. Okay? So it behooves to start from young. Young don't listen though. Okay? But this is how you cleanse your way, right? By what? Taking heed thereto.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
Whose word?
God's
word. What's the word? The commandments.
God's word.
Exodus 20.
That's right.
Leviticus 19.
That's right.
Deuteronomy 24.
That's right.
And so on and so forth. The laws.
Mm-hmm.
That's God's word. All right? So if you take heed to God's word, what that mean? You follow these commandments.
Mm-hmm.
You take heed to these commandments. You don't never let it, you don't forget these commandments. Time sheet.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Don't let me go off. Don't let me get no bright idea, no strange idea in my head that's going to make me feel justified to stop serving you.
That's right.
Because I've seen it happen to a lot of people, man.
That's right.
People came in strong.
That's right.
Came in strong and left out weak.
Mm-hmm.
Men and women. Okay?
That's right.
You don't want to wander from his commandments.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the wander is? To stop. Stop doing what you was doing.
That's right.
When you wander away, it means that you were performing these commandments.
That's
And
right.
at some point in time, you stopped. For whatever reason, look, it's not a good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the things, this is why these words should be used as your prayers also. Because it's right and correct and they were accepted by God. Right?
Right.
He said, with my whole heart have I sought thee. Meaning, I didn't halfway. I didn't come up slack. I wasn't here this week and not here next week. Okay? That's the word I was looking for too. You gotta be all the way with God. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you gotta keep his commandments. There's no time when the commandments stop being done.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Thy word have I hid in my heart,
He said, thy word have I hid in my heart.
that I might not sin against thee.
He said, look, man, I took your word and it's like I stashed it in my heart. Not that he hid it.
You didn't forget it.
He didn't forget it.
That's right.
He has it here in his heart. Once it's in your heart, you're not going to forget it.
That's
you know
right.
why? Because that's what you love with.
That's right.
You love. And that's why he said it's in his heart.
That's right.
So he loves these words. You have to learn to love these words.
That's right.
Israelites don't like these words. I ain't got time to talk about the world. The world's doing what they're supposed to do right now.
That's right.
All right? They're living out their destiny. But as far as Israel is concerned, this is where your heart is supposed to be at.
Mm-hmm.
That I might not sin against thee. That's the only way you're not going to sin.
That's right.
That's the only way. That's the only way. Time sheet.
Psalms 119, verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes.
Blessed art thou. Blessed is your name, O Lord. Teach me your statutes. Teach me your ways.
Mm-hmm.
Teach me the things that are righteous and established in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know all of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what David said. He's ready to go. Time sheet.
With my lips have I declared all thy judgments of thy mouth.
He said, I declared all the, remember, he's a king. He judged the people. He said, with my lips, with these lips, I declared all your judgments. Okay, time sheet. Not my judgments. I never came up with none of my judgments for a violation of any of these laws. Okay? Time sheet.
I have rejoiced in the ways of thy testimonies as much as in all riches.
He said, I have rejoiced in the way of your testimonies as if I won $10 million.
Right.
That's how happy he is. As if in all riches. Time sheet.
I will meditate in thy precepts and have respect unto thy ways.
He said, I will meditate in thy precepts. Meditate means to keep it constantly on your mind. Constantly think about it. Constantly talk about it. Okay? Time sheet.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word.
He said, I will meditate in thy precepts and have respect unto thy ways. The ways of God, you got to respect it. And the only way to respect it is to make that your way. You got to get the ways of God. Now, my ways got to go. It feels right. My ways feel right. Everybody's ways feel right. But when you start serving God, you can't follow your way, your own mind. You can't handle it the way you want it.
That's right.
There are things in here, there are laws in here that tell you what to do. There are laws in here that tell you how to do it.
That's a fact.
So if God tell you how to do something, right? And you do it your own way, did you follow those commandments?
No.
Right?
Not accepted.
It's not accepted.
Not accepted.
If you tell your child to do something the way you told her or him to do it, and they don't do it the way you told him or her to do it, it's going to get you upset, right or wrong.
Right.
What you going to say? Yo, man, I told you how to do it. Step A, step B, step C. Same thing with the Most High. But you know what? What I expect out of you, I don't give to God.
That's right. That's right.
You got to look at it. And that's not for children to say that to their parents. Let's get that straight. Because I know right now a couple of people hearing that and they probably thinking about their mother or their father. But that's not for them. Okay? But we have a bad habit of correcting everybody, but you don't correct yourself. It's a hard thing for you to correct yourself. But you know what it is to correct because you correcting other people. That don't seem crazy to you?
That's right.
That don't seem like you're blocked.
Block party lit.
That's what it seems like.
Block party lit.
Tell you.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word. Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law.
Open mine eyes, right? How God open your eyes? You get to a level where certain things are done, and you see it. That is coming from God. Nobody else, because it's for you. Okay? That's why he asked for, he didn't say open up everybody's eyes. He served God. You know who God is, right or wrong. And he's still asking God to open his eyes. So there's always more to do. He's not, well, look, God, I'm good now. No, never say you good. Never, okay, yeah, I'll accomplish everything. No. It's accomplished when you die. It ends. The record, the streak is told when you die.
Everything's dropped.
Okay?
That's right.
So he wants his eyes to be open constantly. He wants to know everything because God deals with us in steps and stages, levels. So what David is asking for, he wanted all. Yeah, he wanted all because he know with this here, he's straight. Because he believed like Abraham believed. This man believed. Tom Sheep.
Open thou mine eyes, and I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. I am a stranger in the earth. How not?
Wow. Who used to say that? He said, man, I'm not of this earth. I don't belong here. You know why he said that? You know why David is saying that? He said, I'm a stranger in the earth. He said, because everybody in the planet is living their way. Right. And he's the only one living God's way. So you're strange. You're a stranger when you're the only one moving like this.
Yeah.
Right? So when you're a stranger, you got to be careful. But people don't like when you're different. People like for you to follow them.
That's right.
Okay? That's wicked. That's the way of the world now. Tom Sheep.
I am a stranger in the earth. How not the commandments from me? My soul breaketh for the longing that it had unto thy judgments at all times.
He said his soul breaketh. Like
my spirit is
broken for the craving. I crave this. I broke my spirit so I can crave this. Okay? I long for it, and that it have unto thy judgments at all times. I want to be this way at all times. This is why the Delegation will use David's praise. He said the right words. Okay? And he said a lot. It wasn't just one or two songs. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt rebuke the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments.
When you're proud, and you're full of pride, things are going to happen, and that's God's rebuke. But that's only, a lot of things here is not for everybody. All right? Okay?
That's right.
This is a person that was doing commandments that's full of pride. Okay? It's not for the wicked. He said, thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed. You got pride, now God cursed you, right? He said, which do err from my commandments. Now you're doing them, now you're erring because God cursed you. Okay? Because you have pride in your heart. So he cursed you when he rebuked you. And now what? Now you're erring from the commandments. That's what pride do. That's what it brings. Tom sheet.
Remove from me reproach and contempt. For I have kept thy testimonies.
I don't want to have these things in my heart. That's what David is saying. So if David don't want to have reproach and contempt, right?
Right.
For what? For his laws.
That's right.
He said, man, you're in contempt of court, meaning you are insulting and offending the judge and my court. Okay? Yo, man, you offended me in my house. Right or wrong?
Right.
Okay. So he said, remove from me reproach and contempt. I don't want to have a reproach. I don't want to be a reproach to you. I don't want you to look at me as a reproach. And I don't want to I don't want to have these commandments looking at me as a reproach. Right?
Right.
And I don't want to have contempt. A lot of people have contempt for God.
Yeah.
People have contempt. People who used to do these commandments, they hate us. They hate the Most High. They hate the Old Testament, and they hate this. Yeah, they used to be here saying right, but now it's detestable to them. God made them that way to keep them there. Don't you?
Remove from me reproach and contempt, for I have kept thy testimonies. Princes also did sit and speak against me, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes.
He said, man, princes sat and talked. Top-notch dudes. They sat and talked about me, man. Right?
Right.
He said, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes. He said, I didn't do that to them. I stayed meditating in your statutes. I'm not like them.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about them. I'm not even thinking about them.
Right.
Okay? Because most of the time, it's lies. And if I got a problem with you, I'm going to come to you. However the problem is, that's how I'm going to come. I'm not going to go all over the place, right? And you hear that I got a problem with you from 30 other people. They didn't get down like that, man. They didn't get down like that. Don't you?
Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselor.
His laws is his counsel. You know what counsel is, right? Advice.
That's right.
Advice. You got good advice. You got bad advice. Watch out for the bad advice. Not all Israelites give good advice to other Israelites.
That's right.
Remember, Rehoboam went to the counselors and advisors that was there with his father before him. They told him, yo, be nice to those people out there, man. Okay? You serve them, they will serve you. Right? Give them what they asked for. He just said, yo, man, your father's tax was a little too, we don't have it. It's messing us up. Taxes go high, you know what that means, right? Your check go down. The more the taxes go up, FICA, state, city, right? The more tax go up, the more your pay goes down. It's the same way there. Solomon had a heavy tax on the people because it was a very rich kingdom. He built the temple, okay? It shined from far away like a jewel. He took silver, rocks, big boulders of silver, and just put them out there in the street.
Yeah.
Okay? So when the sun come out and shine, it looked like the whole place looked like a ring, a diamond ring or something. So the tax was high. let it low. Rehoboam, he didn't like this advice. It didn't please him. So he went to the young men. The young man said, yo, man, go and tell them that your pinky is going to be thicker than your father's loins. Where your father whipped them with whips, whipped them with scorpions. In other words, tighten it up more. And he liked that advice. That's what he was looking for. And he went and he did that. And guess what happened? He sent the tax man out to go collect tax from the people. They killed the tax man. They killed him.
Yeah.
And you know what he did? He hurried up and got up in the castle, fortified himself. Because now the people look, next is you.
That's right.
Next is you. If you send me to somebody and they kill me, you better watch out. I'm just a messenger. And you see what they did to me? Okay, so you better watch it because it's your message. That's right. That's how it is, man. So you got to watch this. Don't you?
My soul cleave it unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy
My
word.
soul cleave it unto the dust. Quicken. Quicken
To revive.
means to revive, to give life to
come to life.
come to life, to bring back again. Okay? Now, when David said this, he was alive. He wasn't dead.
That's right.
He was alive. So he's asking God to quicken him according to his word. According to what you said, God, bring me back. He said, because my soul cleaved to the dust. That's what quicken means. To bring one that's something that's dead. Tom sheet.
I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. Make me to understand the ways of thy precepts.
You're not going to understand all these precepts. God has to make you understand this. And your hands got to be clean to a certain level for him to start showing you these things. Okay? Tom sheet.
So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melted for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according to thy word. Remove from me the ways of lying.
He said, my
Grant me thy
soul,
law graciously.
my soul melted for heaviness. You know what heaviness is, right? Stress. We call that stress. We call that stress. David had people hunting him. He had people in his family rising up against him. He had people in his family trying to kill each other, doing each other, violating each other. Okay? He had outsiders, Philistines, constant war with the Philistines. Okay? He went through it too. Look, when you serve God, don't think your whole life is going to brighten up and everything's going to be nice and cheery.
It's going to get worse.
Because then you're not worthy. You haven't been tested. It's a lifetime test. It's a lifetime proving. Okay? You got to keep serving God no matter what happens. They say, well, you know what? He's strong, man. He said, okay, let's see how strong he is. We throw this at him. Boom. That's what God do. You got to keep the resilience. Tom sheet.
I have chosen the ways of truth. Thy judgments have I laid before.
29. It said, remove from me the way of lying. I don't want to lie in any form. There's different ways to lie. There's mad different ways to lie. If you hold back the truth, you lie. If I know the truth and I don't say nothing, and look, because I don't like you. So I like the way it's going. It's going against you. But if I can reveal the truth, right? Lies. I'll be back at 3:00, and I came back at 4. I lied. Many different ways to lie. I take your signature. I'm not you, but I study your signature and how you write, and then I write it on a check. I lied so I could steal. See how they go together? Tom shit.
Remove from me, my soul, remove from me the way of lying, and grant me thy law graciously. I have chosen the way of truth. Thy judgments have I laid before
I
me.
made my mind up. When you chose, you made a decision, he made his mind up. He chose the way of truth. The way of truth is the Most High God and his commandments, laws, statutes, and precepts. Okay? He said, thy judgments have I laid before me. He said, look, the only judgments that I deal with is yours. Come sheep.
I have stuck unto thy testimonies, O Lord. Put me not to shame.
Yo, I stuck to your laws. Testimonies is God's laws, his commandments. You all right? The regulations, the rules, how we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to live. He said, I stuck to that. He said, so now don't put me to shame. God, I did what you said, God. Don't shame me. Tell she.
I will run the way of thy commandments when thou shalt enlarge my heart.
He didn't say I will walk. He said I will run the way of thy commandments. Meaning I'm gonna move fast immediately in this way, right? When thou shalt enlarge my heart, open up his heart to a right, make him a wider scope now. Now he can see more than he did before. He understands more, so he can do more. Tell she.
Teach me, O Lord, the ways of thy statutes, and I shall keep it unto the end.
What's the end? When he dies.
That's right.
I have an end, you have an end, they have an end. Look, the cat got an end. All creatures, human beings, they all have an end. Okay? End means when you physically leave this planet, you die. Time sheet.
Teach me, give me understanding, and I shall keep thy law.
Yea, I shall observe it with my whole heart.
I shall observe it with my whole heart.
Meaning he gonna be truthful to it. He ain't gonna play with it. His whole heart, holy. He asks for a lot of stuff. He has to get taught his ways. He asks for understanding. Okay? He wants to know the way of truth. He sticks to his testimony. He don't want to lie no more. He wants to understand the way of his precepts. He wants to understand totally everything that God showed him. He wants that nothing passes him. Tamshi.
Make me to go in the path of thy commandments, but therein do I delight.
Make me to go in the path of thy commandments, which is rare. Why I say rare? Everybody's not going in the path of God's commandments. God's commandments, nobody's going through that. He said, for therein I do delight. He said, this is my stomping ground. This is what makes me happy. This is my entertainment. This is what I love. He said, so make me go to your commandments. He said, I'm down. Let me go there. Tamshi. Incline my heart.
Incline my heart to thy testimony.
Make my heart able to accept your testimonies. I want a heart that is able to accept God's words. That's what incline means. Make it possible that my heart could be towards this. He said, and not to covetousness. And we're just learning about covetousness, right? Hating covetousness.
Right.
You gotta hate that. You cannot see something that belongs to you and in your heart lust for it.
Right.
Okay? So there are certain violations that could go down. You ain't have to say it out loud. But God knows what goes on in your heart. And in your heart, you lusted after this man's woman. I don't care if she's a heathen. I don't care if she's an Israelite. She's a married woman. Right. She's a married woman. Right. Oh, she lived. No. I don't know if they married or not. Right. They live together and they got kids. I'm not messing with that. I'm not messing with that.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right. Right.
No, not. And you know, a lot of men thrive on that, right? They look for women who are married, so they don't have those strings attached.
That's the way of the world.
That's the way of the world. Everybody's like that.
Yep, male and female.
Women too.
Yep.
Women too. They want to lay down with the married man, right? But they don't want. No. We just. That's just That's just a thing for my entertainment. That's it. Everybody took the way God set up everything, marriage, divorce, everything, and they switched it up into something suitable for them to get money. Tough shit.
Turn away mine eyes from beholding vanity, and quicken thou me in thy way. Establish thy word unto thy servant, who is devoted to thy fear. Turn away my reproach which I fear, for thy judgments are good.
I fear having a reproach. I'm scared of that. See, there's a lot we got to get to. You see where this man David was at, man?
That's right.
But all these things for him to ask for and be saying, he ain't had no time to do nothing else. He ain't had time to go visiting other kingdoms.
Right.
He didn't have time to be partying. Right or wrong?
Right.
It seems like a lot of times he wasn't even around his wife and kids. You know how many songs these are? You know how much time it takes? And for him to ask for these things, he can't be on the phone. I can't be watching TV. I can't be on the computer. Time sheet.
Behold, I have longed after thy precepts. Quicken me in thy righteousness. Let thy mercies come also unto me, O Lord.
Okay. Okay, stop there. Go to Exodus chapter 22. But the only reason why David was able to ask for all these things, because he was accepted by God. He was accepted by God. And he was, God gave him those things. Everything he asked for.
You're going to Exodus chapter 22.
Saul was on point. Saul looked at David and said, yo, man, God is with this guy. You can look and tell, he said, God is with him, man. Now, I'm trying to set him up. See, he had the evil spirit on him, right? But his eye was towards David for evil.
Right.
Most of the evil, when he had that evil spirit, it was for David.
Right.
David had to jump out the way. He tried to spare him, man. He tried to hit him with a javelin. Look, after a while, the harp didn't work no more. Remember, you said, yo, get play the harp. David used to play the harp, and it would appease him. After a while, David was playing the harp, and it didn't leave him. And David perceived that it didn't leave him. He had to get up and jump, run out, get out of there. God was with David, man. From the time, first of all, he had a heart, he had a heart like God. He was born with that. So that made him become elected to become king. When the anointing oil got poured on David, it said the Spirit of the Lord fell upon David. And the evil spirit from God jumped on Saul. All of this happened at the same time. Ain't that something? Tell you. Exodus chapter 22.
Exodus chapter 22.
I want y'all to remember too, we were farmers. We weren't lawyers. We weren't doctors. We weren't firemen. We weren't cops. Those jobs and those type of careers didn't exist then. Israelites were mainly farmers, okay, and herdsmen, shepherds.
That's right.
Like our father Abraham, like Isaac, and like Jacob. That's how that was the occupation of our forefathers. Wasn't it Joseph, one of these guys asked which occupation?
Yeah.
He said, yo, we're herders, man.
Right.
David was a sheep herder. David walked his father's sheep. Certain attributes you have to lead those sheep. You know what you have to have? A caring eye. You got to watch after them. You got to protect them. Bears come. That's what he said, man. Came to take my father's sheep. A bear came. I had to smack him. That's what he did. He smacked the bear. He said he smote him. Today we say smack. He smote him. He grabbed him by the beard and he hit him so hard that he spit the sheep out of his mouth. Because he could do that. Bears are big enough like this. Bears are big. Tell you, if a man shall steal an ox or sheep, and kill it or sell it.
If a man shall steal an ox or sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep.
But back then, that was the value. That was, it wasn't jewelry stores,
Right.
and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? People, they call it cattle rustling in the cowboy days.
That's right.
In Texas. You can't steal. You get caught cattle rustling, you get shot. They'll kill you for that. Back in the days, in the cowboy days, they'll kill you for that. God said if you steal an ox or a sheep and you kill it or you sell it, whatever you did with it, you're going to have to restore 5 oxen for that 1 ox you stole. Think about it. Was it worth it? You got to pay back more than what you stole. Right? All the time. Anytime you steal, you got to pay back more. Another have to say the principle in the 5th part, but that's not dealing with this because you can't take the ox and give it a 5th part of the ox. This is with livestock here. But whenever you steal, you're going to pay back more than what you stole. That's why it's not good to take things that do not belong to you. Township.
And if a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died,
Now, the thief be found breaking up, meaning the thief is in your house. Cat burglars, real silent. They know how to they know how to walk very light. You won't hear them make a sound. You come to your house, you look, the door is like this. You know you lock your door. You see that in the movies all the time. Somebody come and they look, sometimes the police. You look and see, he pull his gun out. Somebody's in there illegally. You go and you look, you see the thief in your house. And what he's doing, breaking up, searching stuff, picking up, boom, 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 going and shit, going all over the place. Right? And be smitten that he died. Because now I walk in my house, there's a robber in my house. What are you gonna try to do? Get away. Gonna try to get away from me. Right? I'm gonna try to, it's gonna go down. Because you're not going out of here with my stuff. So it's gonna be a rumble. And he might die. Look. He's gonna die. Especially back then. Everybody walk around with their swords on them. He said, there shall be no blood shed for him. You know what that means? No blood shed for him. It wasn't murder. See, God tells us what is murder. Okay? And what is not murder. Certain situations, if you're defending yourself, man come to ambush you and kill you, and you defend yourself and kill him in the process, that's not murder. Okay? Right? But if I don't like you, you didn't do nothing, and I just want to kill you, and I kill you, that's murder. Okay? The big difference. He said, but thief be found breaking up, if he spend that he died, there shall not be blood shed for him. Verse 3. If the sun be risen upon him, now see, this mostly happens at night. Most people don't burglarize a home in the daytime. Somebody gonna see. You know what I'm saying? They use the nights. They wear all black. Today. You use the nighttime. It's a better cover. But if this guy, he must be real desperate. He's in your house breaking up, but the sun is up. It's daytime. He said, yeah, sure, you can't kill him. You know why? See his face. They didn't wear ski masks back then. They didn't wear masks at all. Masks is my zip. They didn't wear what's that thing? Pantyhose. Remember back in the day, the men would put on pantyhose. A lot of things they did, that was a bare-faced thing right there. If you got robbed by somebody in Israel or an Israelite in Israel back then, you knew who did it. So it's daytime. I know who did it. I can't kill him. If I kill him, blood will be shed for him. Well, he should make full restitution. Being that you know who it is, he got to pay back full restitution. He got to pay back in full. Okay? If you don't have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. Now, you still got caught. What you stole was worth 250,000 shekels or dollars. But you ain't got that money. But guess what? You might as well come on over and work right here in my shed, the same spot that you stole stuff out of. Okay? You just ain't gonna get paid. You're working off the money that you took. You have to earn that money. Okay? Because that's not right. That's stealing. Verse 4, if that be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. Now, if what he stole was alive, meaning a live animal, if he stole an ox, a sheep, he shall restore double. Okay? Because he was caught in the house, sun risen. So he paid double whatever he took. Verse 5, if a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten. Now, I take my beast, my animal, and instead of letting my animal eat in my field, I make them go and eat in your field so I can save my stuff.
Right.
I'll use your stuff, but we're not going to use my stuff. Okay? We eat your baby tonight, and tomorrow we're going to eat mine. So, but tomorrow come, change of plans. That's how a lot of people are.
Right.
You can't trust people. People will make a deal with you and then say they didn't make the deal. Yeah. They say, no, man, I didn't make that. I said, so I'm making this up out of my, I'm really making this up. I made this whole conversation up. You know what? Listen, can't talk to you no more. Can't be around you. You're dangerous, man. You're dangerous, aren't you? Verse 5.
If a man shall cause a field or a vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If
Now, look, the best, I gotta give up the best of my own field and my own vineyard to make up what my beast, what I allowed my beast to eat. Tells you.
shall he make, if fire break out and catching thorns.
Look, listen. I got a box of cereal, you got a box of cereal. I help you eat your box of cereal, but you're not gonna help me eat my box of cereal. Y'all got that mentality? That's no good. Those are ways that God don't like. Because that's the same mentality. I keep mine and use yours. Touch you.
If fire break out and catching thorns, shall the stacks of corn and the standing corn or the field be consumed therewith. He that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution.
Corn existed in the ancient world. Corn existed in Egypt. Corn existed in Syria. Corn existed in Babylon. Corn existed, as you can read, in Israel. Stacks of corn or standing corn, or the field be consumed. There's a fire that break out in the field. The one that kindled that fire, you're an arsonist. Yeah. You got people that run around like they like fire. The other day I'm around the corner, I see black smoke coming out the alley. Black smoke. And you smell plastic burning. Smell like plastic burning. I look back, a young kid, about 9, 10, 11 years old, about your age. He walked out, he looked at me and took off. I look back there, he set the plastic garbage cans. He set them on fire. For what? For no reason. For no reason. So God knows his creations. And he knows. Huh? Absalom did that. He said, all right, I know how to get you out here because you won't answer my call when I set your stuff on fire. And he set it on fire. No restitution was made. That was in print.
Right.
You know? But that's something that, you know, today, in this day and age, people would mess up your business or place of business, set it on fire if you don't pay up. That's called extortion. Tell me.
If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep.
Yo, man, I need you to hold my apocrypha and this stack of tapes, Old Testament tapes right here. So I'm delivering money. Yo, listen, I need you to hold this $100. Put this $100 up for me. Because I know me, I'm going to use it. Or for whatever reason. Money or stuff to keep. Okay? Count you.
And it be stolen out of the man's house. If the thief be found, let him pay double.
Now, people have a bad habit of picking up things that don't belong to them. Oh, wow, look at this pen. There's a nice pen here. All right. Right, whatever. Instead of, I used it, right? I didn't put it back. Look over my pocket. I'm taking this with me. Right? Mm-hmm. I come home later. Okay? This pen, you gave to me to hold. And I had it here. Okay? Another guy comes and takes it and walks out with it. He stole that. But I'm responsible for it. Because you gave it to me. And it's in my possession now. Right? So, but there are times when you're not around and the people around in your household or around or wherever you have it at has access. See, you can't allow everybody to have access to certain things. They said where many hands be. What? Do what? Where many hands be.
Keep shut up.
Keep shut up. Meaning, if you don't want everybody to drink it out, put it up. Oh, why are you hiding your stuff? Because if I leave it out here, when I do leave stuff out here, it's gone. It's the same mentality. Mm-hmm. It's the same mentality. These laws also teach us how to be before God. These ways, we're going to acquire certain ways to be responsible for something that someone left in your care. That's what this law is about. It means something to God. You know how much stuff people borrow? Say, can I borrow your lawnmower? Bro, I don't borrow this so long, you went and bought a new one. You went and bought a new one. I said, oh, wow, look, man, you bought a new one, man. He said, yeah, man, you can keep the old one. I said, what you mean? The one that you borrowed from me, you never brought it back, so I had to buy a new one. No, you didn't. You got to watch people like that, man. It's been done. It's been done. They forget. That's what a covetous heart does. Okay? Makes you look at things that does not belong to you, and then you steal it, or you get it however you got it, and now you forgot how you got it because you want to possess it so bad. You forgot how you got with her. When y'all got together, y'all was committing adultery. She was a married woman. Now she left him. She's separated, and she want to be with you. You asking for it. You know what's going to happen, right? Gonna leave you for the next one. Remember how you got with her. Remember how you got with her. On the sneak. It's not going to work. If the beginning of something is evil and wicked, the ending is going to be the same. All right? Time sheet.
If the thief be not found, then the master of the house.
Now, God knows there are times when you ain't going to find the thieves. Everybody's going to say, not me, right? I remember a cartoon in the newspaper. The mother came and said, who did this? Not me, not me, not me. All the kids said, not me, right? And it was like an imaginary kid there. And his name was not, he was like this. And he said, not me. You know what that means, right? He didn't get up and walk away. Didn't grow wings. Okay? Somebody got it. But we ain't going to be able to find out. We got to leave that alone. Okay? But if the thief be not found, I had to pay double because it was still in my responsibility. So if you give me something to keep, I can't to keep and hold for you. Does that mean I can use it? No, I can't use it. I gotta put that up. It's storage. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And I'm responsible because I got your stuff in my possession as storage. Because you got storage today, right or wrong.
Yeah.
God cover everything, man. Some shit.
If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he hath put his hands
Okay.
to his neighbor's goods.
Okay, now we ain't find the thief. But you gotta come on now. All right? We gotta go to the judges. The judges is at the gates of the city. That's where they hold. There's no courthouse. They sit right out there, right? At the entrance. And to see whether he had put his hands to his neighbor's goods. Okay? Bring him to the judges. He said, for all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, right? Those are live things. Those are the beasts, right? Raiment, which is the robes, right? Right? Or any manner of lost thing, which another challenged it to be his. Now somebody said, yo, man, nah, that's mine. All right? No, this is mine. I'm going to say, no, that's mine, man. Now, guess what? Both parties got to go before the judges. And who the judges will condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor.
That's right.
The judges can determine that. Me and you can't determine that.
Right.
Okay? So for the judges to determine that, the judge got to be correct by God.
That's right.
He got to judge right. He can't be biased. That's what they call it, bias. You know what bias means, right? Partial. You know what? Yo, man, Chief Shama can't be your lawyer, Mikael, man. That's your brother. Chief Shama is a lawyer, right? And I need defense. I could get any lawyer in the world except him because he's my brother. Of course, he's going to be on your side. You can't use him. We need somebody that's going to be impartial. He's not going to take sides. You know what side you take? The truth. That's the side that's taken. So he said, whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. See? Right. Wind up paying double. So that's why it's good. Don't mess with nothing that don't belong to you. Right.
All men are trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenger to be his. The cause of both parties shall come before the judge.
Yeah.
And whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor.
Verse 10.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep, or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it.
Okay. I'm going to the other side of town, man. I need you to hold my sheep. Or any beast. Right? Any beast. My dog. My cat. Right? Hold it down for me till I get back. Now, while you're holding my beast down, it died. It died somehow. It got hurt. Or, they wander off. Man, where the dog at? Dog gone. Wandered off. Oxen. If you don't keep these sheep, they'll go outside and keep going. No, seriously. I used to be driving on the road, going upstate New York, and you would see goats, runaway goats, runaway cows, little ponies about this tall. You see them on the road, and they don't move for you. You stay beep, 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 and he's standing right there. You put the hoops on top of it. You got to back up because those hoops will damage your car. You got to keep them things shut in. those animals will roam. Okay? He says, so now this guy got driven away. No man seeing it though, but nobody saw how it died, how it got hurt, or why it got driven away. Or nobody was around to see this. Time sheet, verse 11.
Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them
An
both.
oath comes up now. An oath of the Lord between them both. All you say, you don't say God's name. You say, and El Shaddai is my witness. I did not put my hands to my neighbor's goods.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you got to say. You don't have to face the east. There's no prayer to be said. We do too much. We be adding on. Look, when circumcision is done, you don't have to say a prayer. That is Judaism. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
That's Judaism. So I told the brother when he was circumcising my son, look, bro, you don't have to say no prayer. I want this done, right, the way Zipporah did it. Did she say a prayer? No. I want this done the way Joshua did it on that hill when he had to circumcise all the children of Israel, because the people in the wilderness that was popping all that junk did not circumcise their children. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
All those high and mighty Israelites, the ones that wanted to kill Moses. What's up with you and Aaron? Why only y'all do the officiating in the priesthood? All those guys had children and they were uncircumcised. That's why they were bugging out in the wilderness. Certain things that you get introduced to from the beginning, you're only gonna get that. You're not gonna understand nothing else you hear. God want to see you get this, that he know you understand. These 2 or 3 things. Get that down pat. Kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, right? God do the same thing. Everything is done. He's not going to shove it on you on one time. He didn't give it to Abraham when he first introduced himself to Abraham. Did he tell him about circumcision? No. It was a minute. He dealt with Abraham. He said, okay, now you to the point where you need to cut that. You need to cut that. And that's the sign, okay, of a man that is able to serve God. Because if you're not circumcised, none of this counts. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
None of it counts. None of it counts. David said he called Goliath an uncircumcised Philistine. That's not good to be uncircumcised. Okay? Tough shit.
Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both.
Hey, you know what? Is there anyone in Israel still doing circumcision? Officially. Like if I have a son right now.
Micaiah's mother.
Okay. Micaiah's mother still do it. Okay, that's what did our sons. Okay. But now, in the future, I mean, who's this going to be passed down to? Somebody going to have to get that. Because look, she's been doing it for years, right? Who is going to be trustworthy to do that job and skilled to do that job? You gotta know what you're doing. So I suggest let the hospital do it. Okay, let the hospital do it. Like I told Brother Joshua, he said, oh man, they trying to do it. It's gonna be like 12 days. Like I said, well, as long as it get it done. See, if you can get it done on 8 days, God with you, cool. But you don't have to bust your brain on it because the fathers did the circumcision, or the mothers did the circumcision. I didn't need to take my son nowhere. I didn't need nobody to come and do it. I didn't need to take him to a hospital. Okay. That was a self-sufficient thing. But I noticed another thing, sewing. And I could tell there's not a lot of sewing going on. Because the brothers got to go to the tailor. Back in the days, we had one tailor, Aaron, right? And we went to him for special stuff. But mostly every man's wife sow. Who didn't know how to sow, whoever knew how to sow, pull that sister aside, they get together and she teach her how to sow. Yeah. Yeah, gotta learn to sow, man. They knew. That's one of the skills. Woman's work.
That's right.
Time sheet.
That he had not put his hands to his neighbor's goods.
So he come take an oath and say that he didn't take his. Oh, look, he ain't gotta mention God's name. What comes out your mouth, you swore, you promised. Okay? He said, look, man, I ain't touched that, man. Okay? Now that oath is between me and you. Okay? He said, the owner of it shall accept. I have to accept. We ain't gonna accept that today. I've seen situations like that. Where you say, yo, you know what? We're not gonna get an answer out of this, man. Or just leave it alone. Right? This guy here don't want to leave it alone. He's still going on with the charge. But the charge was alleviated. Okay? That's when you go to court and they dismiss your charge. That's what the judges do. They dismiss it. They say, okay, look, we're gonna stalemate this. Nobody stole it. But we can't get an answer. Look, we're not gonna tie you up and beat it out of you. We're not Greeks and Romans. Greeks and Romans like violence. Okay? They like bloodbaths. They handle everything in violence. Everything. They're sports. But when do you think boxing came? Wrestling. And those when they look, the original boxing and wrestling, whoever lost was dead. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
The first boxing match, we fight to the death. Ain't no belts. We're both slaves. And only one man recorded got his freedom, and he wound up getting killed. The gladiators. They make it so that they make money, and they keep you there. There's a lot of things. I gotta drop sports. I love sports. But God ain't give me sports. I was telling myself that today. Certain things I gotta drop. Okay, boom. All right, no more rap. I used to watch wrestling. See how I watch wrestling. Don't y'all notice that, right? I had to stop. All of that, I had to stop. I watch MMA, basketball. I said, okay, let me stop. Start reading more. I have more time to read. I have more time to read and get my head into what God wants me to do. Because that was just other entertainment. I don't have too much entertainment. That was other entertainment. I said, man, you know what, man? These sports. And I love football, man. You see how guys love basketball? I love football, but I have to stop loving it. And how I start? By not watching it this year. That's going to be a big one for me. I've been watching football all my life. But that's what this is about. All this is what you call sacrifice.
Yeah.
Now, look. You burn a lamb to God, right? And I stop the things that I like to do, right? Because God says it's no good. Guess who He's going to accept? Guess what sacrifice He's going to accept? Mine. He's not going to accept yours because it's not time for that now. The time for blood, the blood of that animal being used to atone for our sins, we way past that. Way past that. There's too much sin to atone for. Y'all went too far out. Matter of fact, y'all are taking the animals that are diseased and messed up and taking it to God. And the good ones, you sneaking it around here to Momo and Billy. Those are the idols. That's another thing too, to stop myself from saying it. So we may not mention. There's a lot of things not supposed to come out of our mouth for different reasons. See the name of the Most High? See that Yod Hey Wav Hey? There are no vowels to it. So when you put vowels to it, you don't know. You still don't know what you're saying. So you should leave it alone. You should leave it alone. Okay? It said there was a word that brings death. Now today, there are certain words you will get killed over. Yeah, there are certain words that we say to each other for a challenge. For a challenge. Yeah. In jail, in the house, out here. All these things got to get changed around. If I love you, certain words ain't coming out my mouth. Love limits. Okay? It limits bad treatment. It limits negative treatment. You understand where I'm coming from? It limits that. Love will make me say, nah, you know what? I could be mad at you. We could be mad. We can have disagreement. Everybody has disagreements. They said two men have a controversy. Right or wrong? You know what a controversy is? A disagreement. But then now it gets into violent play. If I got love for you and you got love for me, it's never supposed to get that. I'm gonna take a break from you right now. I'm mad at you. You mad at me, okay? But I still won't say certain things to you. I still won't treat you a certain way. Anything that belongs to you, I'm not going to ill-treat. Your coat is there. I take that coat and kick it. Your kid walk past me. Get out of there, smack him in the back of the head. Hatred, that's hatred that I'm exuding for you. He said, love thy neighbor as thou love thyself. Uh-oh. You know what that means? You don't do anything to your neighbor that you don't want them to do. Whatever you don't like, you can't do. Whatever you don't like, you can't do. That's the rule. That's what that commandment means. Y'all know that, right? That's what it means. So I tried not to do things to people that I know I won't like. And I voice it. I said, you know what? I want to they come at me like that, so I'm not gonna come at you like that. I'm gonna come respectfully. Now, when you get arrogant and out, now I got the option to deal with you how I want. Okay, that's dealing with our ways, the laws and the ways. They go together. They're two different things. Okay, like I have bad ways and can't keep the law. I have bad ways. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He said Nabal was childish and evil. We don't know why he got that. You know what childish mean? Hard to deal with. Can't talk to you. I'm saying, okay, man, I agree with you. And you getting high. The more I agree with you, the more you get up. That's people today. Everybody in the world is like that today. And that's what I see. That's also an evil spirit. This is not the same people we read about in the book. It says soft answer turneth away wrath, right? Not today. I give you a soft answer to try to appease you. You're gonna think I'm a chump. You're gonna think I'm soft. Because honorable people, a righteous person, a godly person, will realize your approach and pipe down. Or be like, you know what? I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have railed on you. You didn't deserve that. You catch yourself. You gotta catch yourself. Okay? It only counts when you catch yourself. So my Abba told you. When you got somebody who always telling you and showing you where you went wrong, not good. You got to start telling yourself where you went wrong and fix it immediately. Time sheet.
And the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. Mm-hmm. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof.
He's going to have to pay back if it was stolen from him. Uh-huh. Now, look, it was stolen from me, man. I didn't take it, but look. It's not your fault, but it was still under your watch. It was still your responsibility. Okay? He said, he shall make restitution to the owner thereof. How she?
If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness. And he shall not make good that which was torn.
If it was torn in pieces, it's right here. The evidence is here. It was torn in pieces. So I don't have to make it good with something that was torn. Okay? I don't know why, and I'm not questioning that. If it was torn, you got to leave that alone. Some shit.
And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof,
what I
being not with
borrowed,
it.
what I borrowed was an ox, okay, or a horse, right? And I have that ox or that horse here, and the owner of it wasn't around when it died under my responsibility, right? He shall surely make it good. Guess what? When the owner comes, I gotta pay him for that beast that died under my watch when he wasn't here. Touch you.
If a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it,
But if the owner was there, if the owner was present when his beast died, okay? Yo, bro, no, I didn't do it. Yo, man, you got to play me. Wait. You saw what happened. You saw. You was right here. It started running and it tripped and messed itself up and killed itself, whatever. It went over the cliff, whatever. But you were here. See, when you're not here, I could tell you anything to cover myself.
Right.
See, that's how God works. He said, well, if the owner is there, you ain't got to pay up nothing. The owner see it and he know what happened to it. He saw it with his own eyes.
he shall not make it. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire.
That's right. Most of the time, that's what time it happens like that too. It was hired. I rented your house for a couple of hours. Okay, she was there when it died, so I don't have to pay. But if you wasn't there, then I have to pay. Time sheet.
And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed,
Okay, what is in the Hebrew for me?
a virgin,
A virgin.
betula,
Betula. He said, if a man entice,
to entice means to attract or
to
tempt,
attract, to tempt, he's
by
tempting
offering
her.
pleasure or advantage.
Yeah, you kicking it to her, seducing her with words. Okay? He said, if he does this to a virgin that is not betrothed,
Not engaged.
okay? Betrothed means to be engaged.
Mhm.
You promise to someone to be married. That's what engaged. Engaged means we're bonded. We just haven't sealed the deal yet. You're mine, I'm yours. Okay? You're my wife. But look. And while you're engaged, if the woman go off and sleep with another man, that's adultery.
Right.
Because she was promised. That's what engagement means. You know who promised them, right? The father, the parents. See, marriage came through the parents. Today we on our own. Today we on our own. Right or wrong?
Right.
People don't look. People that have parents don't listen to their parents. The mother say, man, I like her, man. Keep her. You don't like her. You don't like her. You like her. You like Henrietta. That the one your mother don't like. He said, I don't like her. She loud. You can tell when she's on the block. And you slip it. Your mother don't like her. She don't like her ways. Yeah. Yo, they see further. They can see further into your future than you can. You can't see nothing. Your parents sees where you headed in your faith. They can tell the type of child you're going to be. I looked at my son, and I was able to tell. It comes like that. Okay? I ain't gonna look at my daughter, look at my son. She said, yeah, these your kids. She just looked at them. She said, yeah, these your kids. They know. How she?
And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
That ain't, this ain't no one night stand, no casual sex. She's a virgin. You got her virginity. You got to keep her. You should want to keep her. You should want to keep her. She wasn't betrothed to nobody, engaged to nobody, but you took her virginity, man. You went and you spoke to her instead of speaking to her father or mother or brother or whoever is guardian of her. He said, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. Okay? Endow means, look. You going to be his.
To provide with
You gonna
a quality, ability, or assets.
Okay, you gotta hold that down. You gotta take care of her. You better have assets. So you can't be no bum walking around here wanting to run up on the woman. You gotta have some money.
You gotta have assets.
You gotta have assets. You know what assets are?
That's right.
Land.
They don't know.
Land, real estate, money in the bank, clean money in the bank.
That's right.
A couple of credit cards. I mean, that's what that is now. Value. Something that if something happened to you, you're able to leave back for her and your children. Okay? The possession, when you have a possession, you got to care for that possession.
That's
You
right.
got to teach that possession. Look. If I have a dog, that's my possession, right? I gotta care for that possession and teach that dog certain rules. That's how the thing go, man. Tells you.
If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgin.
Now, the only one that can cut that and say, look, no, I still don't want her with that guy. Okay? Sometimes it's like that. All right? Because you look, you ain't even come to me. You ain't even come to me like you're supposed to. You weren't kicking it to her. You got in. And guess what? Pay me the dowry of virgin. You're going to pay for that virginity. You don't get off scot-free.
Because it wasn't done right.
It wasn't done right. It wasn't done right. And this is why we don't have the tokens of virginity. No parent today has the token of virginity of their daughters, and they're married now. Y'all got to start thinking about this, man. What you, Shama, said earlier is correct. That virginity is sacred. The woman's supposed to look at it that way. The man's supposed to look at it that way. Some shit.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Witchcraft is out of the question. Anybody that delves into that stuff and goes by those things, you're a witch. If you're a male, you're a warlock. Okay? You gotta leave those things, you gotta leave alone. God don't like you messing with the supernatural. Don't make deals with devils. Okay? That's what people are doing today. Leave the spirits alone. Those candles have a lot to do with that. That's where it comes from. All right? Tom sheet.
Whosoever lieth with
No. Today, you can't kill no witch today. People will tell you, I'm a witch. Yeah. It's common now. They'll tell you, I'm a witch. So I do this. But I'm a good witch. I do white magic and all of this stuff. You can't kill her. Because that's not your people, first of all. This was for only us. We don't suffer a witch to live among us. Okay? We can't go beyond our borders and go in Moab land and go kill the witch over there. A lot of these commandments was only for us. Okay? We don't have witches amongst us. Township.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death.
Bestiality of old and new is still being practiced. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Especially in parts of Europe. It's legal. No, seriously, it's legal. So a lot of stuff that God said not to do is legal today. It's allowed. People pay tickets to go and enjoy themselves with unholy things like this. Tells you.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death.
And a lot of the nations, the neighboring nations, this was also their way of worshiping their deity, their gods. Township.
He that sacrifices unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall surely be put to death.
That's plain and simple. I don't think we gotta break that one down. But we ain't gotta worry about that because they ain't supposed to be sacrificing. That was for them back then. Township.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
You wouldn't want to be somewhere and you're the only one that's different from everybody else. Don't matter how. But you stick out. Everybody else is the same except you. God don't like the majority messing with the stranger. But that's what's going to happen. Everybody's going to mess with the stranger. That's why Boaz had to tell the young men to leave Ruth alone. He said, don't worry, you could glean behind the young men because the woman couldn't do that. The woman had to wait till the young men finished doing their work and they leave stuff there and then they will come and glean, right? He said you could be right there with the young men while they're doing it. You ain't got to wait like the woman are. He said, I already commanded them because you like them. When you like a woman and you want a woman, you show that you like her by you run it. You're the boss here, right? So you make everything easy for her, only her. She's the only one that could get up and go here and do this and do that. You're the only one that could go after the young men.
Thou shalt not vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
I mean, if you know how I feel, why you want to do it to somebody? That's evil, right or wrong.
Right.
That's evil. I don't like it. But then now, the tables is turned, I'm doing it. You got to watch it so you don't wind up being this way. We're not about skin color, okay? Black, white, yellow, brown, blue, don't matter. You serve God, your skin color don't matter. God never said anything about, he never said, well, look, the only ones that can serve me got to be black people. Did he ever say that?
No, never.
So why are Israelites teaching it like that? Y'all got to remember something. Y'all got to remember something. We're speaking of, this is an ancient world here, the Old Testament. Those people are not around no more. Okay? They had their own community. They lived together. You see when you go to Chinatown, or you see the Chinese people, that's how we were in Israel. Everybody was Israelites. I go outside, Israelites. Next door, Israelite. Down the block, Israelite. So these laws was how dealing with us, with each other.
Right.
Certain matters and situations, how to take care of them, how to deal with them. Okay? We know the heart of strangers. You know how it is to be mocked and teased or bullied. Why would you do that? Right or wrong? Why would you do that? You don't like it with yourself, don't do it. There go again. That's another example. God said, man, don't worry. They beat us, man. The white man, they did this, they put it in there. Yes. It's hardcore. I'm not going to stand up here and say it wasn't cruel. But why were they cruel? Why they picked us? Why did they pick us? Why did they pick Israel? Why did they march on Israel and grab them up and take them somewhere? Why? Why did they mistreat the ones that call on the true and living God's name? Why? Because, see, the Most High is the God that hated iniquity. He hates sin and iniquity.
Yeah.
Therefore, if you have iniquity and sin in you, he hates you.
Right.
Plain and simple. That was the breakdown to a man who did not understand the people, which is called Israel, and the Most High God. They don't understand His ways. The ways of God is strange to everybody. And everybody ways supposed to be strange to us. That's how it's supposed to be. Oh man, that's weird. You know what? You're right. I am weird. God told me to be weird. I know this makes me weird to you because I'm not the same as you. Don't you?
You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
You shall not afflict any widow. A widow is a woman who was married, her husband died, and she remained a widow. There is no such thing as a widower. They made that up. Okay? The widow is for a woman who lost her husband in death, and she remained to herself. She did not remarry. Now, when a woman is a widow, she got a certain protection by God with her. And it's supposed to be the same way with man. Did not Joab? Yeah, it was Joab. When he was chasing down this guy, and he ran up in the city, they said a mother in Israel came out.
Right.
And said, man, Joab, she said, what? You want to destroy a mother? Look. Because he told them, if y'all don't bring this guy out here, we're going to wipe everything down, the whole city going down. She said, you going to destroy a mother in Israel? He said, far be it. He said, just tell him to come on out here. He said, look, that mother in Israel, okay, the same status the widow got. They're on the same status. You got to watch how you deal with her. You can't take from the widow, if she comes and she want to give you something for collateral, to get some bread, just give her the bread. You can't take nothing. That's law. You can't take nothing from the widow. If you grieve the widow at any time, make her cry out to God. God said he will kill you, so make your wife a widow and your children fatherless. You turn the tables real quick because of how you was treating her. Okay? You're not going to know everybody who's a widow. Okay? So you got to be careful. Something, it's not a threat. You can let things slide. You can let things slide. It's not a threat. Especially an old lady. She may be a widow. Leave that alone. He said, or a fatherless child. Don't afflict these people. But they don't have nobody to hold them. They don't have, the husband is not there, the father is not there. For whatever reason. When the father is in the house, you see the difference, man. Look, in the Israelite house and in an American house, you see a difference when the father is there. On the heathen side and Israelite side. The children, we saw, oh man, we saw a 13-year-old girl, 13, 14-year-old girl. Dress, she had a skirt past her knees. She had a doll in her hand. What 13, 14-year-old you know out here still play with dolls? Who she was walking with? A father. Right or wrong, Iman? You saw her? You can still see she's not too grown for her age. She's not, you can see the innocence in her. The way she don't make eye contact. Little girl. And I'm like, yo, man, I ain't seen a little girl like that in years. Even the Israelite girls are sassy. They starting to talk like Sexy Red now. They're doing all of this. They get feisty. Yeah. That phone is being programmed. The phone is programming the man, the woman, and the children. Y'all better watch it, man. Don't become social media Israelites. Ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Toshi.
If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry.
I'm definitely going to hear the cry of the widow and the fatherless child. Toshi.
And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless.
Real quick.
If thou
look, you didn't kill them. You just afflicted them. You did wrong to them. You treated them wrong, or you did something wrong to them. Okay? God said, no, not these. God don't like bullies. God don't like intimidators. He don't like, because you know what a bully is, right? Oh, wow, it's protected. They're not protected. I'm going over here. Bullies are selective. You only want to pick on who you think you can beat up. That's a bully mentality. When you're going around vexing a stranger because he's a stranger. Now you being a bully. God don't even like that. God don't like when you bother people, when you mock people, and you're teasing people. Everybody look at it, laughing. We wasn't that type of people, man. Bunch of kids. A bunch of kids mobbing. This is to show y'all something. Elisha walking up the mountain. He's walking up the mountain. And they looked at him and seen that his head was bald. Okay? You get a certain age, your hairline recedes. You start losing hair. Your hair get thinner. Okay? At a certain time, he had bald patches. He didn't cut his hair. And that's why I know he ain't cut his hair. Because the little kids was making fun of him because they was able to see a part of his head, his scalp. So they called him bald head. They said, get out of here, bald head. Get out of here, bald head. Go up down, bald. Go up the mountain. And that was an insult.
Two she-bears still 42.
And he looked, and he said, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Okay? You don't know what name was said. He didn't say, the name of the Lord, I curse you. He said the name of the Lord. Okay? So you really don't know what it is. Okay? When he said that, all of a sudden, two she-bears came out of nowhere. You know what they were? Grizzly bears. Because he's in the mountains, he's in the woods. Grizzly bears and Kodiak bears and black bears operate in the woods. I know, because I was staying in the mountains. And I used to watch bears eating the garbage. So I'm right here, the window's here, I'm looking, and bears right outside that window. And big, humongous claws. Yeah, they got claws, man. Big claws. Yeah. Some shit.
In my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer.
Don't tax him. No. He's poor. He ain't got it. Right? Don't add $20 on to the 50 he owed you. That's called interest. That's what the mafia used to do. You borrow $500, right? You charge you $25 to $50 every day until you come pay him. So say it's 2 weeks. So I gotta get the $500 and I gotta pay for every day until the day I pay. That's not, God said don't do that. Usury. I'm supposed to only get back that $500. The taxing, that's usury.
Usury and interest.
Usury and interest. That's right. It's what they call a friendly extortion. Top sheet.
Neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by the sun goeth down.
The raiment that was pledged was the robe. Everybody wore robes. The robe was the most valuable thing on it. It was accepted as collateral for money or food. But at the end of the day, I gotta give you back your robe. Some shit.
For that is his only covering, only. It is his raiment for his skin.
That's what he covers it.
Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass when he cried unto me that I would hear, for I am
He
gracious.
said, man, this guy ain't giving me back my robe. I got a nice fleece robe. cold outside. I put that big robe on, and look, I could go up in the cave. I could sleep out in the woods with that. But now I can't because this guy ain't give me back my robe. Look, just me saying that, God hear that? That's a cry out. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you say, oh man, this guy, he gonna think dirty, you start saying what the guy did, you telling me, right? But you really crying out, it's a cry out to God. God hears it. God hears that. So, wow. Yeah, I don't like what that guy did. And what he's gonna do now, he said, man, he said, as his covering only, he said, when he cried unto me, that I will hear, well, I am gracious. He said, I'm going to hear. See, these type of people, the widow, okay, the stranger, okay, when you do certain things to these guys and they cry out to God, you're in trouble. Tell you.
Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy
People
people.
say in the Hebrew book about
Elohim lo tikwalel.
thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people.
Tikwalel means to curse.
Now, you go with the curse the ruler of your people. Why would you want to do that? You know, we're some turncoat people, and we turn on the leader quick. Real quick. When things don't look your way or you're dissatisfied, what they did with Moses and Aaron. They said, let's kill them, right or wrong.
Right.
So I know what I'm talking about. 10 times, God said, y'all provoked me 10 times. So you know what they did to provoke him was stepping to Moses. Every time they stepped to Moses to kill him and Aaron, God intervened. Because you're doing too much. You provoked me. Now I got to pull up and stop you. You're not putting your hands on Moses and Aaron. They're under my rule. They're under my command. Whatever you do to them, you did it to me. He said, I heard the word that you murmured. He said, those words was for me, not for Moses. Some shit.
Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first fruits of the first of thy ripe fruits.
You ain't got to worry
and
about
thy liquors.
Look, your liquors, the only liquor that we got to go buy our liquor. They made their own liquor. They made their own strong drink. We churned and squashed our own grapes. We made our own butter. We made our own cheese. We made our own bread. All the food we ate was ours. We didn't have to go buy it from nobody. Come see.
Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen, and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the eighth day thou shalt give it meat. And you shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field.
So
You shall
the
cast
flesh,
it to the dog.
for all that eat flesh, how do you know how that animal died?
You don't know.
Do you know?
No.
See, they knew because, like I just said, all those animals, all that produce, all the food, it belonged to us. We didn't have to go amongst the heathen to buy nothing. There wasn't nothing to read. Oh, let me get my phone and look up this word. What? You know what I'm saying? For example, like when we go to the supermarket, certain things, I can pick it up, right or wrong, pick it up, look, I gotta look this word up to see the origin of where this ingredient comes from. They didn't have to go through that. We got it bad, man. We got it bad. They didn't have to go through that, man. They had their own fields. Tough shit.
That's chapter 23.
Judges 13.
Judges chapter 13. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord delivered them into the hands of the Philistines 40 years.
This is the book of Judges. This is way after Moses and Aaron died. Joshua died, right? The elders died. And after that, children of Israel ain't had no leader, they was on their own. And they started following the people round about them. Anytime they got in trouble now, God delivered them into the hands of whatever heathens came in their land. Because they started following other people, worshiping their gods. So when they cried out to God now, God would send a champion, aka a judge. The reason why they call them judges is because they judged the people according to God's commandments. They fought for them and delivered them in God's name, and then long as that judge was alive, he made sure the people followed God. But then when that judge died, the people went back and reverted back to idolatry. And God, and see, all of this, what God doing is mercy. He ain't had to do that. You know how many times they turned? Soon as the judge died, soon as the leader died, they turned. Oh, I can be what I want to be now. I can say what I want. I can do what I want. Because the cat is gone. So now the mice think they can be cats now. You don't know your place. And that's what happened. Soon as the judge gone, nobody telling you nothing now. Look, into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. 40 years. The Philistines came in our land and ran us. Time sheet.
And there was a certain man of Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and bare not.
She couldn't have children.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman and said unto her, Behold now, thou art barren and bearest not, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Now therefore beware, I pray thee, and drink not wine nor strong drink, and eat not anything unclean. For lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come upon his head.
So the angel is letting her know that you're going to get pregnant. Okay? All right? But guess what? You're not getting pregnant by no spirit, by no ghost, by no angel. You got a husband. When you lay down with your husband, you're going to wind up getting pregnant this time. Sure. Every other time, it didn't happen. But this time it's going to happen, right? Because the kid that you're going to have, right, he's going to be separated to God as a Nazarite. And there's rules that come with that, okay? There's rules that come with that. He said, no wine, no strong drink, and he can't eat anything unclean. He said, for lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, no razor shall come on his head, for the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb. Now, the reason why he said no razor come upon his head, but there were times when they cut their hair in mourning and put on sackcloth and put ashes and dung on their head. Don't read this and think that he was the only one walking around with locks and everybody else used a razor to their head. Okay? Y'all have to understand the terms of Old English language. I notice people don't understand that either. These is Old English people, proper English. You need to understand what old proper English and what it means. Okay?
Right.
But nobody was cutting their hair. Okay? Meaning he can't even cut a lock off to shorten it. Absalom used to pull his head, right or wrong.
Right.
Know what it means? Shorten it. He didn't cut his hair all the way to where you see the edges, you see the scalp. Okay? It's long, he cut it up to here. Okay? He's saying he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. Okay?
And the woman came and told her husband, saying, a man of God came unto me, and his countenance was like the countenance of an angel of God.
This sounds proper.
Very
right?
terrible.
The angel ain't trying to lay with her and have a miracle baby. Because then what that would be? But what would that be? A Nephilim. Right or wrong?
Right.
Think about it. We're talking about the Holy Ghost and all this spirit and stuff. Those angels are spirits. They transformed into men and went into the woman and had evil giants, Nephilim, monsters. Okay? So that story there, no spirit got her pregnant. a ghost got her pregnant. So that child is cursed of God, according to the Old Testament in Genesis and the way things go down. Jake on the cross. Come on, man. I know this was made up, right? It took bits and pieces of everything from the Old Testament and threw it in there. It's cryptic. Tells you.
But I asked him not whence he was, neither told he me his name. But he said unto me, Behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
Yo,
And now,
sometimes when the angel appear, right, they talk, sometimes they shut your mouth. They make your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth. That's what happened to some of the prophets. Jeremiah. I was astonished. I was in awe while he was talking. Sometimes they be in a trance. Sometimes they just stuck, can't say nothing. That's why she didn't ask. She was like, yo, this is and she knew it was an angel of God. He looked like an angel of God. He didn't look like a baby, okay, with wings. All right. And his face was terrible. Not too pleasing to look at. Kind of scary. Okay? Angels, certain angels come up in here, you're going to run. You're going to think it's a demon. You're going to think it's something bad. You're going to think it's a monster. Some of these the angels got eyes. Some angels are cherubim, they got eyes all over them. Eyes all over them. And they got wheels that everywhere they go, they got wheels like flying saucers. And they got eyes on them. They got eyes on their wings. They got eyes on their eyes. But those are righteous creations made by God. Tells you.
and now drink no wine nor strong drink, neither eat any unclean thing. For the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death.
It's the only Nazarite to God I know of. I don't know no other. This is the only recorded Nazarite, Samson. That other guy, he was not a Nazarite. They tried to put that title on him too. Tells you.
Then Manoah entreated the Lord and said, O my Lord, let the man of God which thou didst send come again unto us, and teach us what we shall do unto the child that shall be born.
So much contact. They were so close to God, contact, having a child, they living their life, angel pop up, where your child gonna be a Nazarite to God, his rules. When they come and tell them, like, he's gonna go pray to God and ask God to let him come back. So look. I gotta hear this. No, it's my woman. I want to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I want to ask some questions. I need to find out more. Right? Tells she.
And God hearkened to the voice of Manoah.
He sent the angel back.
And the angel of God came again unto the woman as she sat in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. And the woman made haste and ran and showed her husband and said unto him, Behold, the man had appeared unto me that came unto me the other day. And Manoah arose and went after his wife and came to the man and said unto him, Art thou the man that spakest unto the woman? And he said, I am. And Manoah said, Now let thy words come to pass. How shall we order the child?
That's why he asked God to let him come back. Because now you're talking to me. I'm the husband. I don't want you out there. He said, tell me how to do this, man. Show me what should I do. You know what I'm saying? Give me the details. Tell she.
How shall we do unto him? And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Of all that I said unto the woman, let her beware. She may not eat of anything that cometh of the vine, neither let her
You know what he mean? He said, no. You're in charge of this. Make sure she bewares. Make sure she's aware that she can't drink wine or strong drink or eat any unclean thing. It's your responsibility because you're the husband. Let her beware. Let her be aware of the situation. Tells she.
And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Of all that I said unto the woman, let her beware. She may not eat anything that cometh of the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing. All that I commanded her, let her observe. And Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, I pray thee, let us detain thee, until we shall have made ready a kid for thee. And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Though thou detain me, I will not eat of thy bread. And if thou wilt offer a burnt offering, thou must offer it unto the Lord. For Manoah knew not that he was an angel of the Lord.
He said, man, you said you ain't gonna sacrifice nothing to me. You sacrifice that to the Most High. Okay? No glory, no credit. You ain't got to say no credit, no angel, none of that. All the credit and the glory and praises go to the Most High God. Come, Steve.
We're in Judges chapter 13, verse 17. And Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, what is thy name? That when thy sayings come to pass, we may do thee honor.
Uh-oh.
And the angel of the Lord said unto him, why askest thou thus after my name, singing in secret?
Now, if the angel don't want to give up his name, where we get all these names from? The angel not giving up his name, and he says the secret. God's holy name. Okay? Just think about it, man. It's all over the book. If you read a little, hear a little, you will know the coming and goings of God. You will know how we're supposed to think. You will catch on to things. Just got to read here and do it. Stop criticizing. Israelites need to stop criticizing when they read the book. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because you're criticizing God.
Mm-hmm.
You can't criticize God. Some shit.
We're in Judges chapter 13, verse 19. So Manoah took a kid with the meat offering and offered it upon a rock unto the Lord. And the angel did wondrously.
What he did?
And Manoah and his wife looked on.
What he did?
For it came to pass when the flame went up towards heaven from off the altar, that the angel of the Lord ascended into the flame of the altar. And Manoah and his wife looked on, and it fell on their faces to the ground. But the angel.
This is facts. This really happened. This is not made up. Nobody made this up. There's no author. There's no writers. This really happened because wondrous things happen to a wonderful people who serve the true and living God. So you're going to have things that are hard to believe that happen with these people because it don't happen to everybody. It's not a common thing because everybody don't serve God. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.